Chapter 21-27. Humph, you don't even know that you've been possessed. Huh. The ghoul looked at its own body, but it was under the control of the evil source. Its consciousness prevented it from seeing any useful information. It was completely trapped in the range that the evil source had set for it. The Imperial Demon King's eyes glowed red. Suddenly, waves of strange evil energy were infused into the ghoul's body and traveled through its meridians. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the ghoul's body went into a state of self-destruction. Blood flowed out, but the blood that flowed out was all green. It was just that the ghoul could not see it. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They could not imagine what had happened to the ghoul's body to cause it to become like this. Bone-weaving spell, rise. The Imperial Demon King released his power and the ghoul's body floated in the air. Following that, the meridians in its body became visible. They were all green. This was a sign that the evil source had entered its meridians. The evil source's power is really powerful. The king calculated in his heart and then activated the spell again. The ghoul's body trembled and kept releasing poisonous blood. Ah! It screamed in pain. The ghoul felt like it had fallen into the flames of hell. The pain penetrated deep into its bones. It felt like its body was being devoured by someone for the first time. No. With a final scream, the ghoul could not escape its control and began to fight back. The Imperial Demon King was furious. The bone-weaving spell forcefully generated evil energy. In the blink of an eye, the ghoul's meridians were severed and it became a cripple. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. Imperial Demon King, is this person infected by the evil source? A powerhouse asked. Yes. The poisonous blood in the ghoul's body has entered its bones. It's incurable. I'm just freeing it from the evil source's control. Yes. Everyone bowed. Looking at the ghoul's form, they remembered how powerful the evil source was. They must not go near it. After breaking through the underworld forest and traveling for thousands of miles, Yi-Chen finally arrived at the outskirts of the Dark God Temple. The aura here was even more strange and unpredictable. Countless withered ancient trees stood tall, and birds covered in black feathers stood on them, constantly pecking at the trunks of the ancient trees. They looked like crows, but their beaks emitted a dark aura, and their sharp teeth even flickered. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The strange birds shrieked when they saw Yi-Chen as if they had seen an intruder. The screams resounded throughout the area, stirring up a sinister wind and causing the ground to tremble. Waves of evil energy rushed out of the ground and turned into a black mist that surrounded Yi-Chen. How dare you be rude before the emperor? Yi-Chen bent his fingers slightly. Waves of thunder divine power gathered in his palm. It was the divine thunder of heavenly tribulation. Go. As soon as the order was given, divine lightning shot out and instantly locked onto the black fog in front of them. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the lightning struck, the black fog continued to change its form. After being struck by the divine lightning, it finally revealed its true form. It turned out to be a group of flying insects. These flying insects were extremely small, and when they gathered together, they formed the shape of a black fog. Squeak, squeak, squeak! After being electrocuted by Yi-Chen, these flying insects revealed a frenzied expression and charged toward Yi-Chen. Come on. Facing the invasion of the infinite winged insects, Yi-Chen gathered all the immortal power in his body. Balls of immortal fire erupted, burning heaven and earth and roasting the surroundings. Chi, chi, chi. After coming into contact with the immortal fire, all the flying insects were crushed into pieces and burned to ashes. After burning these black fog flying insects, Yi-Chen continued forward. A huge peak appeared in front of him. At the same time, there were countless rift valleys. These landforms were very strange. At a glance, Yi-Chen seemed to be hiding some secret. However, this was not his goal. He was here to find out the truth about the god of the underworld. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, in the rift valley ahead, evil energy shot into the sky and black energy filled the ground. A huge skeletal hand suddenly appeared on the rock wall, followed by its head, shoulders, and body. Roar! The skeletal giant roared at Yi Chen. The roar caused a strong airflow and attacked Yi Chen with waves of corrosive energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen's immortal fire surrounded him. All kinds of corrosive energy were burned by the flames to no avail, invading the underworld god temple. D***MN. Hearing this, Yi Chen took a closer look at the skeletal giant before him. There was actually nether energy gathering in its bone marrow. However, it was not nether energy that controlled this skeletal giant, but evil energy. This meant that this skeletal giant was very likely the guardian of the underworld god temple. In the end, it was infected by the evil source and turned into its current form. Relying on the obsession when it was alive, it still thought that it had always been guarding the underworld god temple. However, it was only a slave of the evil source. Do you still remember who you are? Yi Chen asked coldly. Roar! The skeletal giant roared and looked at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. I'm the guardian of this underworld god temple. Leave now or die. Right now you are no longer a guardian, but a zombie. You. The skeletal giant roared again and waved its sharp claws at Yi Chen. Clang! However, Yi Chen raised his head slightly. A huge shadow of an arm appeared in front of him and blocked the giant claws. Since you have lost your nature, this emperor will free you. Damn it! The skeletal giant roared. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless poisonous fog rose. Following that, the poisonous fog surrounded the skeletal giant's body. This was a kind of defense and at the same time a method of attack. However, it was useless against Yi Chen. The ancient god's body was immune to all poisons. Kill! Yi Chen held the heavenly emperor's sword and flew up, slashing at the skeletal giant's head. Skeleton roar! The skeletal giant opened its huge mouth and let out a fatal roar at Yi Chen. Countless poisonous fog attacked Yi Chen in the roar like a destructive willow, the wisp between heaven and earth. Ah! With a cold shout, the ancient god's body exploded with powerful might. Waves of ancient god power formed an air shield in front of him. Yi Chen used the Heavenly Emperor Sword Judgment Order. Heavenly Emperor Order, Mortal Sword Revolution. With a swing of the sword energy spun for thousands of miles, cutting through 9 layers of dried bones. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Countless dried bones were crushed by the cutting storm. Only the unwilling eyes of the skeletal giant were still staring at Yi Chen. Destroy! With a destroy sound, the cutting storm swept through the skeletal giant's body. All the dried bones turned into powder and scattered between heaven and earth. Rumble! The rift collapsed. Yi Chen flew to the other side and sighed when he saw the skeletal giant falling into the abyss. Underworld God Temple, this emperor is coming. He flew on his sword and soared into the sky. The underworld God Mountain stood before him like a heavenly pillar. The wind blew and the sword energy whistled. Yi Chen could see thousands of miles with his eyes and see through the clouds. Chapter 21-28. Yi Chen has entered the Nether God Temple's territory. The truth about the Nether God Hall will make him shrink back. This person is abnormal and cannot be discussed together with the other ordinary geniuses. We have to make thorough preparations. Humph. With the power of the Nether Deity, the rise of the evil spirits will come. Ha ha ha. In the Nether God Temple, strange laughter echoed. In the center, the scene of Yi Chen moving forward was being broadcasted. On the underworld God Mountain, there was a hidden path. Yi Chen walked on the path and approached the dark God Temple step by step. In the environment before him, he could sense many different kinds of evil energy mixed together, and it was difficult to distinguish them. The path of the Nether God. At this moment, a voice rang out and entered Yi Chen's ears. The voice seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing Yi Chen's entire body to go numb. Yi Chen lifted his head and saw 3 underworld heavenly generals appearing out of thin air. Invading the Nether God Hall means death. A mountain of withered bones, one more for you. The path to hell opens for you. The eyes of the 3 generals in front of Yi Chen were filled with evil thoughts. Clearly, they were completely different from the warriors Yi Chen had seen in the underworld. These people were the ones controlled by the evil origin. Allowing yourself to be controlled by the evil source. How pitiful, Yi Chen said. Ha ha ha. The 3 of them laughed out loud at the same time. This was not what they wanted to do, but their bodies were already under the control of the evil powers, and they could not control themselves. Kill! They shouted in unison. Their battle cries shook the heavens as they swung their claws. Together with the evil energy on the ground, they swept toward Yi Chen. Zzz. The high-frequency evil voice kept invading Yi Chen's ears, further affecting his mind. Eye of the demon. Zzz. Demon Yen Kai's nether divine power exploded. The nether god's shadow appeared behind Yi Chen. The 3 generals' killer moves were affected by the nether god's shadow. They actually stopped. The 3 of them looked at the shadow of the nether god with puzzled expressions. This was the last of their will to fight against the evil source. However, these expressions soon disappeared. Under the control of the evil source, no one could escape. Kill! The 3 of them attacked again. I'll let you, the god of the underworld, give you the final liberation. The demon eye released a super high-energy underworld deity ray, instantly piercing through the bodies of the 3 people. Accompanied by cries of pain, the 3 exploded and died at the same time. Yi Chen lifted the restriction and looked up into the sky. Waves of dark energy were still converging and evolving into the form of an evil king. I am the last evil king. By entering the underworld god mountain, you have already lost your chance of survival. The evil spirits are cunning. How is Osiris now? Ha ha ha. What do you think? Damn it. Yi Chen opened his eyes and pointed the spirit-snatching finger of life in front of him. Zzz. Instantly, a piercing power that could destroy everything rushed towards the last evil king. Ha ha ha. However, the other party didn't back down at all and sent out a palm strike. Their fingers and palms clashed, and a powerful shockwave swept the entire area. Xia directly exploded, and it turned out that it was just an illusion. Yi Chen, the lord of the underworld, is already asleep. You don't have the ability to wake him up. Ha ha ha. That might not be the case. Yi Chen's cold eyes locked onto the place where the energy had left. Then he pointed his sword again. Unstoppable killing intent. Roar. However, the dragon chi shook the sky and the sword light moved swiftly, instantly locking onto the last evil king's energy. Hibernate? Although he didn't kill the last evil king, what did he mean by hibernate? Could it be that the lord of the underworld was controlled by the evil origin and had fallen into a deep sleep? This didn't make sense. After all, what kind of person was the lord of the underworld? He was a god-level existence and should not be controlled by the evil origin. Yi Chen couldn't figure out what had happened. Only by meeting the lord of the underworld would he know the truth. I don't care what you're up to. Since you've offended me, I'll kill you all. Anger rose in his heart. Riding the wind, Yi Chen headed straight to the highest point of the underworld god mountain. On the peak, the underworld's power began to show signs. Yi Chen had the demon's eye and the origin of darkness, so he was extremely sensitive to the underworld's power. He instantly locked onto a location. Go! Yi Chen activated the power of the origin of darkness, instantly creating a hidden passage for himself, and rushed toward the source of the underworld's power. However, under the control of the evil origin, everything here could not escape his eyes. Release the evil worms and follow him, a person said in the darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless evil worms entered the ley line and followed Yi Chen's path. Yi Chen followed his senses and came before an ancient mountain. On this mountain there was a cave door. The underworld god cave. Looking at the cave in front of him, Yi Chen immediately recognized its name. Then he sensed the power distribution inside and found that there was no powerful evil power around. It was obvious that this was a place that the evil origin had overlooked. How do I open it? Yi Chen looked at the cave door and found a demon eye totem imprint. Could it be he opened the demon eye again and a beam of demonic light shot toward the imprint? Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the demon eye's energy was infused into the demon eye totem, the door slowly opened. Looking at the dark and shadowless cave, Yi Chen didn't think much and jumped in. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, evil worms surged into the ley line. Yi Chen followed the cave and came to a place that looked like a temple. Here, Yi Chen saw a tall statue. He came before the statue and looked around. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the statue's eyes emitted light. Yi Chen saw spots of light appear under his feet. He quickly dodged and dodged. As the light shone down, the ground cracked, the void shook, and the powerful energy destroyed everything. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless evil worms in the ley line were killed in one hit. These evil worms are... Yi Chen immediately realized that he was being followed. It seemed that, although he controlled the underworld god temple, the evil origin had information that he didn't know. They must have followed him because they thought that he had mastered something or they had observed the god of the underworld's guidance. Now that the evil worms are destroyed, can you show yourself? Yi Chen looked at the statue and asked. The energy inside the statue was activated again and a shadow appeared before Yi Chen. I didn't expect it to be you. The shadow immediately reminded Yi Chen of the god of the underworld shadow that he saw in the underworld. Ha! I didn't expect the famous god of the underworld to need my help. Yi Chen sneered. Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen. So you know my identity very well. I once went to the heavenly realm and wanted to challenge you. But things didn't go according to plan. Cut the crap. Where is your real body? What happened in the underworld god realm? The evil origin has already seeped into every inch of the underworld god mountain. Only by freeing the god of the underworld can we stop this catastrophe. Freeing the god of the underworld. Chapter 21-29. The statue in front of Yi Chen was telling him that he needed to unseal the god of the underworld. Clearly, the god of the underworld had fallen into some kind of seal. Where is the nether god? How do I undo the seal? Yi Chen asked. The shadow of the nether god appeared on the statue again. You've inherited the infernal god's fiend eye and the origin of darkness. You can receive everything from the infernal god. I'll transmit my consciousness to you. Yi Chen watched as the statue condensed a powerful stream of consciousness. Should he accept it or reject it? Faced with such a choice, Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. He instantly sensed the powerful nether god's energy in the stream of consciousness. It was definitely the nether god's consciousness. All right. Yi Chen closed his eyes slightly and opened his demon eye. Streams of consciousness flowed into his head. Yi Chen's psyche was greatly impacted by the powerful consciousness, but with the protection of the ancient god power, nothing could hurt him. After receiving the nether god's consciousness, Yi Chen immediately sensed the nether god's apparition appearing in his mind. It was just a figure, but it contained boundless nether deity power. With the demon's eye and the origin of darkness, Yi Chen had no problem accepting this stream of consciousness. As the stream of consciousness entered Yi Chen's body, the statue before him showed signs of crumbling. Kacha, kacha, kacha! In the end, the statue before him turned into dust, and all the energy entered Yi Chen's body. At this moment, there were sounds of restlessness coming from the outside passage. Yi Chen immediately realized that someone had followed them in. Several dark power warlords appeared and surrounded Yi Qin. Ignorant human, you want to unseal the god of the underworld? I'll kill you first. Oh. Yi Qin looked coldly at the people behind him. They were 3 dark energy warlords. Their strength was at true immortal level. Their dark energy was rampant, and their faces were terrifying. Kill. The 3 of them attacked at the same time, working together as if they were one person. This ability, coupled with his dark energy divine ability, could easily deal with a pinnacle, perfected immortal. Yi Qin, die. You want to die? As you wish. Yi Qin flashed, and a lotus appeared under his feet. With the 9 heavenly steps and his divine power, he advanced rapidly and created many illusions. Where did he go? The 3 of them supported each other, but they still could not locate Yi Qin's position. It was clear how fast Yi Qin was. Kill. The 3 of them were enraged. They unleashed their evil abilities in a frenzy. An entire maze was on the verge of collapsing. Boom, boom, boom. Space cracked and mountains crumbled. Boundless evil energy filled the space between heaven and earth, as if a demon was dancing wildly, insufferably arrogant. Sky Snake, furious roar. Yi Qin scoffed. Dark force surged behind him. Sky Serpent and Fury Dragon appeared at the same time. Z. The moment the roar appeared, the surrounding space instantly changed. Although the 3 of them had great teamwork, every move and every attack missed. It was as if they were hitting thin air. They could not find Yi Qin at all. Why? How could he possibly escape from our formation? This person is extremely strange. We can't be careless. I think it's better to use the ultimate move. The 3 of them looked at each other, and in desperation, they unleashed their dark powers. At the same time, they flew up to the 9th heaven. The evil energy in the surroundings began to gather around the 3 of them. The 3 perfected immortals wanted to unleash their killing power and completely destroy Yi Qin in this space. Roar. At this moment, Sky Snake let out a roar, and the airflow in the surrounding space began to gather towards Sky Snake's position. Even the evil energy in the surroundings was the same. Dark energy gathered, and the wind and clouds in the sky surged. Sky Serpent's mouth was like a bottomless abyss, mercilessly absorbing evil energy. Impossible. In the eyes of the 3, Yi Qin was only an itinerant immortal. Forcefully absorbing the evil energy was equivalent to courting death. However, Yi Qin absorbed the evil energy effortlessly. After obtaining the stream of consciousness of the Nether God, Yi Qin's cultivation base rose to another level. Now, the power in his body was violent and abnormal. His meridians were like an infinite space. Storing energy was too easy. Evil creation. After the stream of consciousness of the Nether God, Yi Qin's primordial spirit had risen to an unimaginable level. Now, analyzing the evil power before him was too easy. After analyzing the evil energy thoroughly, Yi Qin even created his own power. This was the experience and power that the Heavenly Emperor had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. How could ordinary people compare? Evil Sword Immortal, Myriad Sword Evil Worm. It turned out that when Yi Qin destroyed those evil worms, he had already analyzed their operating rules. Now, with the powerful evil energy he had absorbed, he created the evil sword form before him. Impossible. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. This kind of evil power, even they thought was very advanced. How could Yi Qin use it? This person is human. He can't cultivate our evil power. What's going on? Could it be the most terrifying reason? This person created his own power. The 3 evil power generals were also trembling. They looked at the person before them as if the god of the underworld himself had arrived, as if the Lord of Evil had arrived. Such majesty made the 3 of them feel weak at the knees, on the verge of collapse. This is the order of the last vile king. If we don't complete it, we'll die. We'll complete the mission with our lives. Yes, The three of them cast aside life and death at the same time, unleashing the most powerful evil power of the true immortal laws. 3 cycles. Evil power engulfs the sky. Forcefully breaking the core of his evil power, his blood and energy rushed toward a bloody ball in the sky. All the energy fused into the snowball. Boundless power engulfed the sky, powerful and unparalleled. Kill. The vast, bloody evil power formed a strangulation storm and descended, automatically tracking Yi Chen's position. There was nowhere to hide. Thank you very much. Just when the ultimate destruction was about to come, Yi Chen said something shocking. Who could compare to such courage? Behind Yi Chen, the heavenly snake coiled around the wrath of fury, forming the black tortoise form. Roar. The wrath of fury and the heavenly snake roared at the same time. Spatial force and devouring power erupted at the same time. In Yi Chen's meridians, the ancient god power circulated rapidly. Following that, the power turned into black and gold glaze and fused into the black tortoise form. Suddenly, the heavenly snake's body was covered in black and gold glaze. All its bones and blood vessels rose at the same time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bloody evil power ball in the sky moved uncontrollably toward the wrath of fury and the heavenly snake. In front of the wrath of fury and the heavenly snake, a huge black hole appeared. The bloody magic ball gradually moved toward the flat surface and then sank into it. No way. At this moment, the three of them completely lost the ability to think. How could they have imagined that Yi Chen would dare to directly devour their power of destruction? How did he have the ability to do so? What they saw was like a fantasy. Their minds were blank. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark, blood-colored magic orbs were all submerged into the void plane. Damn it. The three of them wanted to fight back, but Yi Chen would not give them the chance. You useless people, it's time to end this. At this time, the heavenly snake roared again. Hexagonal black holes appeared next to their mouths again. Following that, the black holes shot out bloody evil power rays. End of this chapter. Chapter 2130. ZZZ. Under the powerful impact of the energy, the three of them fell into the blood-colored vortex. Boom, boom, boom. Then a powerful force instantly destroyed the three people's bodies. Up in the sky, the bodies of the three exploded rapidly. As they fell, they turned into various kinds of evil energy that flew away. Yi Chen flew up to the 9 heavens and appeared outside the cave. At this moment, the evil spirit army was in front of him. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you're finally out. Wild laughter shook the sky, majestic and rare. The one facing Yi Chen was the last evil king. Who are you? I am Mo Xiaowang, and today I will take your life. The last evil king's entire body released evil energy, and he was on a completely different level from the evil generals who were fighting before. He was like an unparalleled demon king, and he was the only one in the world. In the face of such an opponent, Yi Chen only sneered. Whether it was the last evil king or the 3 generals, they were all the same in his eyes. Before the heavenly emperor, no one was a match. Before this king, no one could do it so easily. Doom Evil King's eyes turned cold. The evil energy in his body gathered into a stream. Then it transformed into a pair of wings that covered the sky and charged at Yi Chen. All right, many Darksiders cheered, thinking that Yi Chen would definitely die. The surrounding winds raged, and the sun and moon dimmed. The sharp blade in the apocalypse, Evil King's hand locked onto Yi Chen's throat. The blade gleamed and stabbed without leaving a sound. Go! Yi Chen glared at him coldly. Sword Chi activated, and 3 sword gleams shot out to counter the doomed Evil King. Clang, clang, clang. Sword Chi and blade radiance from both sides clashed rapidly in the sky. Do you know this king's strength? So what if you're a profound immortal? Before becoming an emperor, Your cultivation is nothing. If you want to kill me, then show me your true ability. As you wish. This was the first time Apocalypse King had met such an arrogant person. How could a lowly human act so arrogantly in front of him? Evil Godwind, evil blade flow. With a cold shout, the demonic saber lung foam in his hand glowed with a crimson light once again. A boundless radiance shot up to the sky, locking onto the opponent before him. These saber gleams were not just saber gleams. They formed a saber net between each other, sealing off all of Yi Chen's possible escape routes. No one could escape from the evil king, Xia. Boundless might, collapsing mountains and rocks, shaking the heavens and earth. Roar! The saber net actually transformed into the shadow of a falcon, rushing over to kill. Kill! Facing such a sharp saber gleam, Yi Chen's brows furrowed. His sword Qi was activated, and the Heavenly Emperor's sword was unsheathed. Kill! He held the Heavenly Dharch sword in his hand and imbued the ancient god power into it. Then he slashed out with his sword. Clang! The falcon's beak instantly caught the blade of the sword, and the two sides were in a deadlock in the air. Ha ha ha! As Doomsday Evil King laughed, violent evil energy gathered on his eagle wings, stirring up the wind and clouds. Hoo, hoo, hoo! A strong gust of wind swept over, trying to make Yi Chen lose his balance. Yi Chen's body spun, and he swung his sword again. So. One sword turned into 10,000 swords, and the 10,000 swords weaved into a sword net. At the same time, it took on the shape of a dragon. Roar! The giant dragon roared and charged at the eagle's shadow. The sword net and saber net from both sides exploded at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. All Yi Chen could see was the explosion of energy. Between heaven and earth, there was not the slightest bit of light. Under the chaos, the eagle's cold eyes locked onto Yi Chen. However, as it waved its sharp claws, Yi Chen had already disappeared. Nu Qi released the law of space. Everything in the surroundings was under Yi Chen's control. All the falcon's evil energy was evaded. Damn it! Doomsday Evil King was enraged. The evil energy in his body surged again, 100 times stronger than before. Sky Luo form, evil sword kill. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The surrounding space was rapidly destroyed, destroying the law of space. At the same time, Doomsday Evil King transformed into the Sky Luo form. The wings on his back opened as if the gates of hell had opened. Kill! The evil sword turned into an evil dragon, roaring and charging again. Ha ha ha, good timing. As Yi Chen laughed, the origin of darkness in his body transformed into the form of Nu Qi it was. Nu Qi devouring dragon. Roar! The huge body of Nu Qi was like the sun and moon swallowing everything. Impossible. Seeing that his killing dragon was swallowed by Nu Qi, Doomsday Evil King was furious. The surrounding demon generals all attacked. Kill! Doomsday Evil King sent out his consciousness and charged at the 10 demon generals. Instantly, all the demon generals transformed into Doomsday Evil King's form. The 10 Doomsday Evil Kings faced Yi Chen at the same time. Ha ha ha, between heaven and earth, I am the only one. Doomsday Evil King controlled the 10 phantoms. His crazy state was unparalleled. Evil sword flow, boundless destruction. Yi Chen was surrounded by 8 directions. It was like a flood, like the sun and moon sinking. Boundless evil energy was completely sealed. The 10 Doomsday Evil Kings attacked at the same time. Evil energy exploded in the sky. Unparalleled ancient god, facing the unavoidable power, Yi Chen was fearless. Once again he exploded with the ancient god's might. Heavenly Emperor body. Boom, boom, boom. The evil energy exploded in the sky, attacking Yi Chen's ancient god body. The majestic ancient god shadow appeared behind Yi Chen. all the evil energy, was blocked by the ancient god's shadow. What? Doomsday Evil King was shocked again. The person in front of him could not be judged with ordinary thinking. Activate the formation. Yes. The order was given. The surrounding space trembled rapidly. Under the ground, countless evil energy, pillars, rose from the ground. It was like a ceiling peak, unfathomable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The evil energy was blazing. Heaven and earth did not exist. Yi Chen's body emitted the ancient god's light. He was like an ancient Pangu. Power of the stars in the sky, return. The ancient god shadow reached out to the sky. The star-picking palm absorbed endless power of the stars and infused it into the ancient god body. Ha ha ha! As he roared, the ancient god opened his mouth. Endless power of the stars was like a flood roaring through the world. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space exploded again. The ancient god's might was unstoppable. The 10 emperor shadows exploded at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Countless evil energy fragments fell to the ground. Doomsday Evil King's wings opened. All the fragments turned into pure evil energy and returned to his body. Yi Chen, you can't escape from my control. Die! Doomsday Evil King ordered. The 10 evil energy pillars between heaven and earth exploded with endless power. They turned into 10 chains and attacked Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. His wings kept vibrating. The evil energy blasted on the chains. The ancient god shadow behind Yi Chen was slowly wrapped up by the chains. How is it? Clang, clang, clang. The ancient god stirred the wind and clouds, but could not escape from the chains. The evil energy covered the sky, and the killing light covered the ground. There was only death before him. Yi Chen, you're dead. The evil blade faced the sky and absorbed endless evil energy. Together with the evil energy chains, Doomsday Evil King wanted to destroy the ancient god shadow before him. Is that so? Yi Chen replied coldly. His cold eyes were also locked on Doomsday Evil King. The battle between the two powerhouses had finally come to an end. Unparalleled ancient god, supreme Dharma form, Yi Chen roared. Between heaven and earth, the stars turned into a pair of wings. The ancient god's shadow flew into the sky. The Demon Nanny in the City chapter will continue to be updated in the new sea of books. There will be no advertisements. Please bookmark and recommend the new sea of books. The Demon Nanny in the City chapter will continue to be updated in the new sea of books. There will be no advertisements. Please bookmark and recommend the new sea of books. Chapter 2131. Kung, Kung, Kung. 10 chains tightly bound the ancient god's huge body, like a dragon swimming in shallow water, a tiger falling to the plains. Evil King revealed an evil smile. The evil blade in his hand pointed at the ancient god's shadow. The 10 chains released evil light. At this moment, he was going to end the battle. Zila, Zila, Zila. Suddenly, on the chains, countless golden lightning appeared. The chains quickly shook, giving off strange sounds. Evil King frowned. His heart trembled. He seemed to feel an extremely unusual power stirring. He suddenly looked at the ancient god's shadow. At this moment, the ancient god's body was covered in black gold glass. A demon's eye actually appeared on his forehead. Not a god, not a demon, not a saint, not a demon. Z, Z, Z. Waves of extremely strong energy gathered in the demon's eye. This was the power of the gods and demons, the light of the Reaper. God's judgment, ghost door. Rumble. The demons, I actually summoned the most terrifying, mysterious ghost door. Waves of indescribably violent energy were continuously released from the Goluo gate. When the 10 chains came into contact with this energy, they were instantly turned into powder and vanished in a puff of smoke. What is this? Evil King was shocked. He immediately realized that he had provoked an incomprehensible existence. Now it was not him who wanted to kill the god. but to survive he had to bring out his strongest form. Zila, Zila, Zila! Strange lightning filled all directions on the ground. Countless evil energy warriors exploded on the spot, blood flowing like rivers. Countless evil spirit warriors. Their legs uncontrollably retreated. This was a battle of the soul. Their minds were dispirited. Too terrifying. Is this person a god or a demon? Looking at the strange and incomprehensible ghost door in the sky, all the evil spirit warriors fell into shock. They all knelt on the ground, worshipping the existence in front of them. This, damn it, evil king was even more furious. His dignity was completely lost. His subordinates all knelt. Such a scene. How could he face it? Resist evil wind, dual blade style, doomsday destruction. Huff, huff, huff. Evil energy shone all over his body. The energy of all the evil energy warriors that died before actually gathered again, all returning to evil king's body. With the dual blade in hand, evil wind rushed into the sky at this moment. Evil king's strongest form descended. Ha ha ha, come die. Evil king Moc's skeletal wings opened up. The twin blades sliced through everything. His huge figure rushing towards the 9 heavens ghost gate. Boom! The ghost gate opened, and the infernal hell bloomed. ZZZ! The last evil king's huge figure instantly disappeared into the ghost gate after the light and shadow intersected. In the blink of an eye, everything became silent. All the energy disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. It was as if time and space had been reincarnated. Up in the sky, only the Guoluo sect stood tall, shocking all living beings. Last evil king disappeared. Not even a corpse. Ah, the countless dark spirit warriors were all cruel and merciless existences. But at this moment, it was as though they had seen the dark spirit general resisting the Yiksha. The fear that came from the depths of their souls was so real, so irresistible. We will submit, we will submit. Tens of thousands of dark spirit warriors knelt on the ground, kowtowing and praying. There was not a shred of dignity left. Evil spirits wreak havoc in the world. Ghosts and demons kill. The Gilyuomen slowly disappeared into the eye of the demon. Then, the light of the underworld shone on the earth. ZZZ! Light and shadow intersected again, and all the dark spirit warriors were killed. Uft, uft, uft. Their broken bodies gushed out like a fountain of blood, revealing a cold face, Yi Chen. Huff, huff, huff. Even so, all the blood energy turned into a river of blood, converging toward the eye of the demon. As the last evil king failed, the imperial evil king sensed it at the same time. The connection in his mind was broken, and the imperial evil king was in great pain. Last evil king. He suddenly opened his eyes, already aware of the last evil king's defeat. I didn't think that this kid could kill the last evil king. The imperial evil king looked in the direction of the underworld god temple and immediately sent a message. In the depths of the underworld god temple, a vast amount of evil energy coiled around a huge demonic tower. This demonic tower stood upside down, the top of the tower facing the earth vein, while the bottom of the tower was absorbed into the earth vein. Huff, huff, huff. Around the demonic tower, there was a constant whistling of foul wind. Waves of evil energy kept evolving into different forms, as if it was protecting the entire demonic tower. Each of the 18 floors of the demonic tower flickered with light, like a beating heart. It was very strange. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, a wave of evil energy rushed into the demonic tower, then into the bottom of the tower. In the bottom space, in a huge inverted palace, the evil King Vishagate was sitting still. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The evil energy released by the imperial evil king entered the center of Vishagate's brows. As waves of evil energy flowed, Vishagate's eyes slowly opened. With a long sigh, suddenly the wind around him raged, the heaven and earth shook, and the majestic anger rushed into the surrounding space. The entire ground rumbled as if the sky was collapsing. Last evil king. The last evil king, as the ruler personally chosen by Vishagate, had died in Yi Chen's hands. This made last evil king furious. At this moment, the door of the underworld god temple rumbled. The formation was activated. So fast! The evil king smiled slightly, then released evil energy into the 18th floor of the demonic tower. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 18th floor demonic tower glowed. Then an evil king flew out, the evil king, in front of the underworld god temple. Yi Chen punched straight at the door of the underworld god temple. He did not want to waste any more time. He wanted to break the door by force. At this moment, the formation inside the door could not resist Yi Chen's ancient divine power. Ninth heaven lightning strike. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. Yi Chen drew the divine thunder of heavenly tribulation and launched the ultimate punch. Rumble. The enormous ancient divine power combined with the divine thunder of heavenly tribulation instantly broke through the door of the underworld god temple. Inside the door was darkness. There was nothing, no signs of life. Yi Chen walked forward slowly. Gradually he came to the main hall. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. At this time, a pair of red eyes appeared in the void darkness, seemingly locked onto him. Huh, rascal, why don't you show yourself? Yi Chen swept a cold glance. Instantly, his gaze turned into sharp sword energy, shooting straight at the pair of red eyes. However, the sword energy seemed to sink into the void, not hitting anything. At the same time, it disappeared without a trace. The red eyes also disappeared as if they had merged into this space. Huh, playing hide and seek with me? Unfortunately, I'm not interested. Yi Chen sneered. The sword energy in his body was activated, attacking the ground in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings were destroyed, the main hall rumbled, and powerful footsteps stepped out. Chapter 2132. You're the one who killed the last evil king. An evil voice came from the space, hitting Yi Chen's eardrums. Ha! I'll just kill that piece of trash. What do you think? Yi Chen replied forcefully. The entire space fell silent at that moment. A murderous wind echoed in the hall. The stench of blood appeared at the same time, which meant that the murderous shadow in the darkness was completely enraged. I, the vindictive king, swear today that I'll crush your body and sever your meridians. Oh, you found a way to kill yourself so quickly. I should thank you. Die. Suddenly, countless red eyes appeared in the space. Nobody knew which pair was the real vindictive king. Boundless killing intent burst forth from the red eyes. An entire hall sank into a strange, illusory scene. Here, every pair of red eyes could see through one's heart and exert endless mental pressure. Yi Chen soon realized that. He closed his eyes slightly and confirmed the opponent's location through his senses. However, not only could the red eyes confuse one's mind, but they could also release murderous intent to disrupt the cultivator's senses and hide the vindictive king. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, saber gleams shot out in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. However, the saber gleams were useless when they hit Yi Chen. They were all bounced back. On Yi Chen's body, the night demon armor shone with demonic light. It was like dozens of night demon eyes that reflected the red eyes around. The night demon eyes and the red eyes reflected each other's murderous gleams. Instantly, a battle of light had begun. Ha ha ha, master, let me do it! The night demon armor laughed out loud. After replenishing his vital energy and blood many times, his demon soul had rejuvenated. It was time for him to go berserk. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the laughter of the night devil reverberated throughout the land, the light of the night devil once again turned into countless needles, attacking the surroundings indiscriminately. In an instant, The demon needle stab was powerful, and countless red-eyed creatures were unable to resist the might of the night devil and shattered one after another. Kacha! 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 When the red eyes shattered, the entire formation began to collapse. The vindictive king's ability to hide himself was greatly weakened. Fireball technique. Yi-Chen opened his eyes. The flames in his eyes burned and instantly turned into a huge fireball that flew into the sky. The blazing light of the flames instantly illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surrounding dark space became as bright as day. In the distance, on top of the Nether God statue, a person sat alone. It was the evil Wisdom King. Which evil king are you? Yi-Chen asked. I am the evil Wisdom King, Dai. The great Diablo King's true body appeared, and his murderous aura became even stronger. The evil blade in his hand carried a bloody aura, and its ferocious appearance actually surpassed the last Diablo King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi-Chen felt that all he could see were saber gleams. He still could not differentiate between illusion and reality. Facing the sure-kill blade light, the Night Demon battle armor quickly covered his entire body, and the black and gold glaze spread out in all directions. Chi! 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 It spread out rapidly, instantly locking down the entire hull. It formed a huge glass barrier, trapping all the saber lights within. No matter how strong the saber light was, it could not break through the black gold glass barrier. What is this? The evil Wisdom Monarch had not expected his saber light to be completely trapped by the black gold glazed cover. Kill! Yi-Chen activated the Death Realm again. The Netherworld Finger of Destruction and the Spirit-Stealing Finger of Destruction were unleashed at the same time. Like 2 dragons soaring from the abyss and taking shape from the sea, they carried a powerful penetrating force and locked onto the depths of the opponent's soul. The evil Wisdom King was shocked. He finally understood why the last Diablo King would die at Yi-Chen's hands. If he underestimated the person before him, he would die a terrible death. Since that was the case, he would show his true strength. The evil Wisdom King activated the Earth Vein's evil energy and directly connected it to the Spirit Pagoda's space. Instantly, the evil energy soared into the sky, vast and boundless. Yi-Chen was puzzled. This person's evil energy had increased more than 10 times in an instant. This was not normal. He had already realized that this space might be connected to other spaces. The most likely reason was that the entire Dark God Temple had been infiltrated by evil energy, and the Earth Vein had changed. Yi-Chen activated the demon's eye and sensed it with the underworld deity power. Immediately, he saw masses of evil energy pulsating in the Earth Vein. Yi-Chen, how is it? Is my foundation strong? Soon you'll become so weak that you won't believe it yourself. You're boasting. Your death is right in front of you. I was personally sent by the evil king to kill you. Do you think I'll fail? This time, I'll let the evil king know that I'm his most capable assistant. The evil Wisdom King's enraged form appeared. Behind him, a grand and brutal Wisdom King Dharma form appeared. Dong, dong, dong. The space trembled rapidly. Huge rocks kept falling from the surrounding walls as if there was an earthquake. Wisdom King's wrath. Hell-severing blade wheel. The evil Wisdom King grabbed his evil blade and twisted it into the shape of a wheel. Then, under the stimulation of the evil energy, the blade will kept evolving and multiplying. Finally, the 18 blade wheels occupied the entire space. Go! The Wisdom King Dharma form pushed the 18 blade wheels forward at the same time, wanting to crush everything. In an instant, evil energy filled the sky. The blade wheels claimed lives. Danger descended. Azura heaven-shaking slash. Facing such an unfavorable situation, the evil Wisdom King's momentum was at its peak. Yi-Chen struck out with his palm, and the killing energy swept through the blade wheels. However, The palm print was instantly crushed by the 18 blade wheels and approached Yi Chen again. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen! You won't be able to escape no matter what. Before the evil Wisdom King, you can only bow your head. The evil Wisdom King was very excited. He kept triggering the evil energy of the demon tower. He was almost at his limit. Ha ha ha, evil hell descends. In order to put more pressure on Yi Chen, the evil Wisdom King generated evil energy again. The entire hall turned into the evil hell form. With the right time and the right place, the evil Wisdom King had the entire situation under control. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of the blade wheels was unstoppable. They cut through the space endlessly. Even after the space was cut, the gleam of the blade wheels would be left behind. Such power far surpassed the evil Doom King from before. Ninth Avenue steps. Dodging the gleam, a lotus appeared under Yi Chen's feet. He instantly changed his steps, and his figure was like an illusion. Although the blade wheels were sharp, they could not lock onto Yi Chen's figure after many attempts. Damn it! Evil hell descends. Wisdom King 10,000 ghosts cry. The evil Wisdom King unleashed his ultimate ability again. Countless malicious spirits appeared in the space, bursting with endless evil energy. As long as they came into contact with it, they would be revealed instantly. Yi Chen felt that his entire body was covered by waves of evil energy. Under the evil hell law, there was really nowhere to hide. Ha ha ha, death is right in front of you. Yi Chen, do you have any last words? Evil Wisdom King, you've angered the Emperor. 9 transformations of the true spirit, sky-devouring roar. However, with a roar that soared to the 9 heavens, Yi Chen's figure disappeared, and in his place appeared an extremely brutal primordial beast, sky-devouring roar. Chapter 2133. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless malicious ghosts appeared out of nowhere, as if they were the most ruthless and murderous existences in the world. No matter who it was, they would tear and devour them. Ha ha ha! The evil Ming King activated the power of the evil prison and strengthened his body of malicious ghosts. This was the strongest 10,000 ghosts cry he had ever unleashed. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Yi Chen was furious as countless vengeful spirits disturbed his mind. Roar! At that moment, the heaven-devouring centipede appeared behind Yi Chen. It was like a mountain peak that was incomparably tall. At the same time, it was like the gates of hell, vast and terrifying. The huge mouth opened, and all the wind in the world swept towards the mouth of the heaven-swallowing roar. Countless ghosts were like kites with their strings cut, unable to control their own path or even their own position. They all floated into the air. They kept screaming, but to no avail. Everything within the devouring storm of the sky-devouring serpent would perish. The earth was uprooted, the mountains and rivers shattered. Countless waves and rocks, no matter what they were, entered the mouth of the heaven-devouring centipede. Law of space. At the same time, Yi Chen channeled the power of the space-time wrath centipede and slammed his palms against the door. The sky-devouring centipede's huge mouth was like a dark, endless space. Nothing could escape. No. Even the vindictive Wisdom King lost control of his body and slowly moved towards the heaven-devouring roar. Roar! With such a shocking devouring power and the endless greed of the heaven-devouring puppet, the evil Wisdom King finally realized that he was in danger. You bastard! He had only provoked the sky-devouring puppet by scolding Yi Chen. Roar to the sky, gravitational space. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The wraiths that were devoured exploded into ghostly energy and were sealed into the ancient god space. Impossible! Who do you think you are? How can you devour this king? A puny little evil king dares to compete with the celestial Dharch. Today, this emperor will make you die without a burial ground. Yi Chen's rage was evident on his face. He grabbed the vindictive king with the star-picking hand and tossed him into the sky-devouring serpent's mouth. Like a sandbag, the evil wisdom king was tossed into the mouth of the heaven-devouring serpent. Ah! Everyone present was so shocked that their jaws dropped. They watched the invincible King Yama die in Yi Chen's hands. The ferocious beast devoured everything. They fled in all directions. When the tree fell, the monkeys would scatter. They had thrown away their helmets and armor. It was a tragic sight, but how could Wrath just let the food leave? He opened his mouth wide, and a gust of wind rolled out, and all the dark beast warriors and generals were once again caught in the whirlwind. His tendons and bones were shattered and blood splattered everywhere. All evil spirit cultivators, regardless of whether they were high-grade or low-grade, were just ants before the heavenly Dharch. After absorbing this dark energy, Yi Chen's dark energy foundation improved once again. At the same time, the dark energy absorbed from the evil king's body was high-level dark energy. Through the ancient God spaces analysis, Yi Chen could obtain more powerful secret techniques. With the death of the vindictive lord, the dark energy information quickly flew toward the demon tower. Within the demon pagoda, the evil Emperor Pizzagate received this information. Damn it, Yi Chen! Yi Chen's image appeared before him. Subsequently, he roared and smashed it with his palm. However, Yi Chen's image had reassembled, which was very surprising. You. He looked at Yi Chen's image coldly. It turned out that after Yi Chen had absorbed the vindictive lord's power, he could already communicate with the Pisa Gate through space. You're the evil emperor hiding behind the scenes. Yi Chen asked, Ha ha ha, I'm the Pisa Gate. What can I do for you? The evil emperor laughed. Where's the god of the underworld? Speak. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like this? I'm one of the elders of the evil spirit clan. I don't care what elder you are. The evil spirits are stirring up trouble, so I'll destroy them. D****it. The evil emperor was enraged. The world shook. Within the demon tower, several combatants flew out. They were the evil emperor's subordinates. The Yiksha king, the Azura king, and the evil king. The three combatants flew out at the same time, quickly locking onto Yi Chen's energy. In the battlefield where the last evil king was killed, Yi Chen naturally sensed the fluctuations of the combatants' energy in the demon tower. You want to stop me? Yi Chen sneered in his heart. Then he threw a palm of flames into chaos, instantly destroying everything before him. On the battlefield, only ashes were left. Following that, Yi Chen flew away, leaving only a Dharma projection behind to continue his conversation with the evil emperor. Yi Chen, how dare you kill me, the king of evil spirits? You deserve to die. Evil emperor, even if you don't tell me where the god of the underworld is, I can still find him. Once the god of the underworld descends, all of you will truly die. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, you won't be able to wait until then. Really? Idiot, I have already locked onto your aura. With the three kings attacking together, you can only die. Then I hope you won't come back empty-handed. With that, Yi Chen's figure vanished. At that moment, the three kings had already arrived at the Nether God Temple. What they saw was Yi Chen's apparition. He's over there, kill. The Yiksha king's subordinates attacked. Claws and fangs shot out madly, creating a tunnel in the air. Everything within the tunnel was destroyed. In the end, Yi Chen's apparition avatar shattered as well. However, when they arrived before the apparition avatar, they realized that they had been tricked. ZZZ. At that moment, a screen of light appeared. It was the heretical Emperor Pishagate. Lord Evil Emperor. The three of them bowed at the same time. What's the situation? Where's Yi Chen's body? The three of them revealed troubled expressions. The Pishagate was furious. The three of you still can't kill this person? No, Lord Pishagate, we came here and saw Yi Chen. Then we attacked and destroyed his body. However, his body is only an apparition avatar. He's no longer here. What? Realizing that they had been tricked by Yi Qin, the Pishigate was enraged. His entire body trembled as his anger exploded. Find Yi Chen's whereabouts immediately. If you can't kill this person, you can all die. Yes. The three kings bowed at the same time and quickly rushed in 3 different directions. They must not let Yi Chen escape. At this moment, Yi Chen left the Nether God Temple and continued to sense the god of the underworld's energy. However, the various evil energy in the ley line interfered with him greatly. God of the underworld, where are you? Yi Chen knew that his time was precious, but he did not have enough information. How could he find the god of the underworld? Was he really going to return empty-handed? The primordial immortal world and the demon martial world were eyeing him. If he relied solely on the strength of the underworld and the human tribe, it was almost impossible to fight them. This was the reason why Yi Chen was looking for the god of the underworld. After all, the underworld was a lower realm of the underworld divinity world. He would not ignore it. However, the evil spirit chaos had disrupted his plans. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. When Yi Chen turned around, he saw someone standing before him. Ha ha ha, you can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but you find it without even looking. The Azure King's eyes were cold. The scales on his body flashed as if he had seen a peerless treasure. As long as he killed the person before him, he would receive the highest honor before the evil emperor. Chapter 2134. Yi Chen was furious. Someone dared to come and die. The atmosphere suddenly froze. The Shura King's lips curled into a cold smile as if he had a card up his sleeve. Yi Chen was expressionless. Only his cold eyes carried a murderous aura. It was an aura that could make heaven and earth tremble. Coming after me? Do you have the resolve to die? Yi Chen shouted coldly. Ha ha ha! Don't think you're invincible just because you killed Vindictive Monarch. Do you know the difference in strength between us? The Azure King showed no fear in the face of Yi Chen. In fact, he even revealed a look of disdain. Clearly, to the Azure King, he and the Vindictive Monarch were not on the same level. This calmed Yi Chen's anger slightly. He must not allow himself to be controlled by his anger and cause other variables to appear. So what? Did you guys feel happy for killing this Emperor's Dharma projection? You. Hearing Yi Chen's mockery, it was the Shura King's turn to be furious. Dong dong. At this moment, the space on both sides of the Shura King suddenly exploded. The ground cracked, and the air pressure suddenly changed. Yi Chen looked up and saw 2 people descending. Yaksha King, Jingxia King, you're here. The Shura King revealed a bloodthirsty smile. With 3 kings gathered, no matter who the other party was, they would die here. There was no doubt about it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 powerful auras of evil power instantly crushed over. Yi Chen stomped on the ground and suddenly stabilized his body. However, the ground behind him had already shattered and sand and stones flew everywhere. It was clear that the other party's aura was unfathomable. Each of these 3 people's aura was far above Vindictive Monarch's. It was clear that the Shura King was qualified enough to look down on Vindictive Monarch. However, he had underestimated the power of a heavenly emperor. Yi Chen, are you happy to die by our hands? Jingxia King asked. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen laughed at the sky. His eyes were wide open, revealing his excitement. This was a strong sign before a massacre. His battle intent rose to a new height, and his entire body exuded a bloody aura. Dark force continued to be infused into the ley line, and the entire space was filled with a steaming dark energy. The back of the underworld god temple, the home ground of the evil spirits, had now become Yi Chen's home ground. Waves of underworld divine power rushed through his meridians as if they had sensed the aura of the 3 kings. Oh, the 3 kings naturally sensed this unusual aura, but what difference did it make? No matter how strong the opponent was, how could they three great advanced stage mysterious immortals, lose to a tiny loose immortal? Yi Chen was not going to die here in this final battle. Instead, he was going to use the three kings to achieve the most extreme breakthrough. This type of breakthrough was something no one dared to attempt. Even peerless geniuses wouldn't dare to attempt it, because this type of attempt was equivalent to self-destruction, a battle to the death in defiance of the heavens. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen suddenly laughed maniacally. Subsequently, he took out the immortal drift bottle and opened it. It was an immortal wine. Bejeweled nectar has entered my mouth. Is your blood as sweet as it is? What? The three kings were enraged at the same time, revealing overbearing and ferocious expressions. Violent evil energy swept across the area. Behind the three of them, violent evil energy Dharma idols appeared one after another. Yaksha, Ghostface, and Bloodwolf appeared one after another. Roar! The three wild beasts roared at the same time, and they unleashed a power that could instantly destroy the body of a true immortal. However, the nether deity barrier blocked all of the attacks. The three of them shuddered and looked ahead. An invisible barrier appeared before Yi Chen. The nether deity power circulated within it. It was the nether deity barrier that was unleashed by the origin of darkness. Waves of black gold glazed glass evolved into a black gold crystal wall, sealing off any power that wanted to harm Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, child's play. The three of them activated their abilities again. The three tremendous forces merged into one, and a wolf-like ghost face Yaksha roared and charged at Yi Chen. The ground trembled in this roar. Wherever the ghost face Yaksha passed, fissures appeared in mountains and rivers shattered. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Even the black gold crystal wall could not withstand this tremendous force. It shattered instantly, and the tremendous force rushed toward Yi Chen's body. The three kings revealed a sinister smile at the same time. As long as they could kill Yi Chen, they did not care what methods they had to use. Whether it was three people working together or one person attacking, there was no such thing as fairness here. There was only life and death. In the face of death, Yi Chen had a smile on his face. The bejeweled nectar that he had drunk earlier was evolved from countless bright stones. After being refined by the immortal drift bottle over the sun and moon, it was transformed. It was a true immortal wine. Phew! Yi Chen exhaled and turned into a gurgling bubble that floated forward. At that moment, the ghost face Yaksha charged at the gurgling bubble head-on. The moment they collided, the gurgling bubble passed through the ghost face Yaksha's arms and head. Subsequently, the gurgling bubble continued to expand. No matter how the ghost face Yaksha struggled and roared, the gurgling bubble that seemed thin and easily popped was extremely tough like a heavenly silkworm's golden silk. The gurgling bubble floated continuously. Soon, the huge bubble enveloped the ghost face Yaksha's entire body. It's impossible. The three kings could not understand what Yi Chen was doing at all, and they did not know what kind of treasure the immortal drift bottle in his hand was. The gurgling bubble grew larger and larger like a mini world. Meanwhile, the gigantic ghost face Yaksha's body was now like one of the living beings living in the bubble. It stood on the bubble in a daze, looking at the sky above the bubble in confusion as if it was looking at the starry sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At that moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled at the top of the bubble. Waves of the purest nether divine power gathered. Heavenly thunder destruction palm. Universe collapsing thunder strike. The nether divine power was mixed with the divine thunder of heavenly tribulation. The most powerful force combined with the most violent divinity descended from the sky. It was nothing less than the heavenly tribulation. In other words, it was the heavenly tribulation in this bubble world. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled. And as fast as lightning, the powerful divine ability instantly shattered the combined Dharma in front of him. Roar! The three of them were shocked at the same time as the ghost face Yaksha's most tragic roar. The fusion of the three Dharma forms was close to peak mystic immortal power. However, Yi Qin dealt with it just like that. He did it so smoothly without any hesitation. When the bubble shattered, Yi Qin opened his mouth and sucked in the air. The scattered energy returned to his body. Ha ha ha! As Yi Qin laughed maniacally, he was like a drunken immortal. Lotuses appeared under his feet, and the 7-star steps were unpredictable. The Yu walk was like an illusion. Waves of alcohol scattered in the air, instantly bewitching the three kings. Oh no, this person is trying to confuse us. He's going to break everything with his strength. All right. The 30,000 kings activated their mystic, immortal method at the same time. The meridians in their bodies exploded, and the explosive power destroyed everything in front of them. The bewitching alcohol disappeared, and their true forms were revealed. Ha ha ha! How dare you show off your insignificant skills in front of us? Yi Qin, I'll crush you into pieces today. The three kings opened their blood-red eyes, and 3 rare evil powers soared into the sky. The entire space turned into an evil world. Yi Qin had never seen such suppression before. Chapter 2135. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Between heaven and earth, waves of blood-colored storms gathered, trapping Yi Qin in the center. He had never seen such power before. Interesting. Faced with the absolute murderous realm, Yi Qin's eyes shone with excitement. The various powers in his body began to awaken. This was an opportunity for the three kings' ultimate kill, and the best environment for Yi Qin to break through. The three kings opened their blood eyes, and their powers rose to a terrifying level. Peak mystic immortals, the murderous storm. No one could escape from their hands. This was the final purgatory, the end. Yi Qin, you can die in peace now that you're in such a murderous realm, the Shura king said. Ha ha ha, the previous battle was too boring. This is the real beginning. Shura king, Yiksha king, Jingxia king, I'll let you die in the most glorious way possible. As Yi Qin laughed maniacally, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Darkness filled the sky as if the entire world was in Yi Qin's palm. Dark Emperor Nether King. With a roar, Yi Qin's avatar appeared, Dark Emperor Nether King, Demon Martial Emperor. At the same time, Yi Qin gathered his endless demonic energy and evolved into a second avatar, Demon Martial Emperor. As for his true body, it evolved into its strongest form, Ancient God Celestial Emperor. What? Seeing Yi Qin transform into 3 avatars, the 3 kings were shocked. They had never seen such a remarkable, secret technique before. Moreover, each avatar was extremely powerful and even had different attributes. This person is extremely unusual. We can't hesitate. Kill him. All right. The 3 kings worked together and stirred up the murderous storm. They wanted to kill the enemy before them, no matter what form he took. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The murderous storm was like thousands of blades gathered together. The cutting power and strangling power were indescribable. Even an ordinary mystic immortal would not be able to resist such power, let alone a mere itinerant immortal. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, 3-color divine lightning appeared between Yi Qin's 3 avatars: golden divine lightning, blood-colored divine lightning, and black divine lightning. The 3-colored divine lightning connected the 3 avatars. As the saying went, the 3 avatars returned to their origin and reached the heavens. The power in the 3 bodies mixed in the ancient God space without any hindrance. As the energy circulated and fused rapidly, a 7-colored divine cloud gradually appeared above Yi Qin's head. We can't let this person continue. It's too fantastical. Kill him. The 3 kings were shocked. They did not dare to let Yi Qin continue. They could not understand what they were seeing. Destruction was the only way to end everything. The twisting storm swept down valiantly like a heavenly tribulation, annihilating everything. Ah! At this moment, Yi Chen's three avatars opened their eyes at the same time. The ancient god eye, the demon eye, and the demon eye. All three eyes shot out super energy rays, which intertwined and shot up into the sky. Z. Above the 9 heavens as the strangulation storm descended. It was blocked by 3 super energy rays. The two sides began to wrestle. Impossible. Strangle him. The Azure King roared out. It gathered the power of the 3 kings and forcefully strangled Lin Ming. But this strangling power wasn't able to continue falling. The power of the ancient god realm, the Eye of Demons, and the Eye of Demons turned into a beam of destructive light that bounced back. Suppress him! The 3 kings roared at the same time and released their powerful peak mystic immortal foundations. Finally, the two sides reached a balance again. The powerful light illuminated the entire underworld god hall. Even the evil energy in the earth veins was projected out. Kill! The Azure King's clone attacked, waving its claws and spreading its wings. Countless blades shot toward Yi Chen's 3 avatars. Knight Demon Battle Armor. The order was given. The Knight Demon Battle Armor fused with the black and gold glaze and turned into 3. The 3 avatars wore them at the same time. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sharp blades stabbed the 3 avatars but were useless. They were all bounced back and shattered. Wolf's Wail! Seeing that the Azure King's attack had failed, the Jing Evil King made his move. The evil blade soared to the sky and destroyed the sun and moon. The evil energy pierced through the earth and destroyed everything. Howl! With a wolf's howl, the huge evil blade transformed into the shape of a wolf's wail. It descended and attacked the ancient celestial emperor. Zhang! The ancient god opened his eyes. The celestial emperor's divine might. The celestial emperor's sword flew out and went straight to the 9 heavens, seizing the bright moon. With one slash, the sky split open. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, starlight shone in the sky. It was the Void Avatar. What is this? The 3 kings looked at the sky at the same time. Waves of powerful heavenly Tao descended before them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gales of the universe swept in all directions. The power of the sun and moon reverberated in the void. An incomparably tall heavenly Tao avatar appeared before everyone. Oh no, this person has triggered a heavenly tribulation. How can this be? Have you seen a heavenly tribulation like this before? This avatar is the convergence of the power of the heavenly Tao. Its power far exceeds our tribulations. To be able to fight us to this extent, this person's talent is unimaginable. It's very possible that he has triggered a mutated heavenly tribulation. The 3 of them were shocked at the same time. Their eyes were filled with fear. Ha ha ha! At this moment, laughter rang out. The 3 of them looked over. It was the Imperial Evil King. You are too careful. With 4 kings gathered, so what if it's a heavenly tribulation? A mutated heavenly tribulation is just the number of itinerant immortals. We will destroy it along with the heavenly tribulation. Since the Imperial Evil King has come, with the 4 kings, heaven and earth will tremble. Destroy it. The 4 kings revealed bloodthirsty looks at the same time. Ignoring the power of the heavenly tribulation, they locked onto Yi Chen. Yi Chen's 3 avatars flew up one after another, 3 colored golden lotuses growing under them. 8 gate divine discs. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Above the heads of the 3 avatars, the 8 gate divine discs appeared. Open the gate. Above the ancient celestial emperor's head, the gate appeared. Instantly, the powerful energy that he had absorbed earlier poured into the celestial emperor's body. Kill. The Imperial Evil King released his secret technique. Evil energy surged and the weather changed. Dark destruction. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Black evil energy flashed and thunder roared. Waves of evil energy transformed into an incomparably huge black hand that descended from the sky to crush everything. 8 heavenly dragons, music. At this moment, the ancient god opened his eyes and opened his mouth wide. Dragon roars rushed into the sky, and the 8 sounds destroyed the evil energy. Roar. The domineering dragon soared into the 9 heavens and instantly pierced through the huge black hand. Boom, boom, boom. As numerous bolts of lightning shattered, how could the huge black beast be a match for the 8 dragons? It was instantly turned into dust. Seeing this scene, the imperial evil king turned pale with fright. Ha ha ha, let me do it. The Yiksha king laughed wildly. He raised the Yiksha punishment knife in his hand high into the sky. Instantly, waves of death energy swept in all directions, gathering into a huge sword that reached the void. Yiksha fury, 10 direction return kill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 revolving knife gleams instantly locked onto Yi Chen's 3 avatars. The power was so strong that it could destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 2136. 10 revolving sword gleams enveloped Yi Chen's 3 avatars like the sky. At the critical moment, Yi Chen's 3 avatars released super energy rays at the same time. Countless rays exploded like chaotic energy, shattering all the sword gleams. At the same time, the heavenly Tao power locked onto Yi Chen. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The first wave of the destructive divine thunder was brewing. Such power was not something an ordinary, itinerant immortal's tribulation could compare to. Even a true immortal would not encounter such terrifying divine thunder. And this was only the first wave, but it was enough to shock everyone present. Isn't this divine thunder too powerful? The Shura king asked. This kid is so abnormal. If we don't kill him here, it might be detrimental to our evil energy cause. You're right. The 4 kings all thought that Yi Chen was the biggest obstacle to the evil spirit cause and had to be eliminated. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The divine thunder had finished gathering, and the first wave was right before them. At this moment, Yi Chen's 3 avatars began to separate. The ancient celestial emperor faced the divine thunder alone. The Dark Lord, the underworld king, and the demonic emperor continued to meditate, ready to deal with the 4 evil kings. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The first wave of the destructive divine thunder descended. Between the celestial emperor, there was only a lightning vortex. It was like a venomous python or an evil dragon, entangling with supreme power. Facing such powerful divine thunder, Yi Chen was as steady as Mount Tai. The ancient god opened his eyes, and golden light illuminated the world. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Streams of ancient god, glazed blood filled his meridians. Instantly, Yi Chen's body changed, and he transformed into an ancient god. With a roar, Yi Chen stood up and looked at the divine thunder descending from the sky. Come on. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The divine thunder fell like endless raindrops, but Yi Chen did not retreat at all. Instead, he stood at the core of the divine thunder's impact as if he was drenched in the rain. Unparalleled ancient god. At this moment, Yi Chen activated the unparalleled glazed body. He was not avoiding or resisting the divine thunder. Instead, he was enjoying the baptism of the divine thunder. This was the most precious opportunity to temper his body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The divine thunder bombarded Yi Chen's body. The unparalleled glazed body did not show any weakness in the face of the first level of divine thunder. Although the pain was still there, it was useless against someone with Yi Chen's psyche cultivation base. In the sky, the heavenly Tao avatar was enraged when it saw Yi Chen's performance. Boom! The sound of thunder shook the 9 heavens, and the flames of the Dharma idol surged in all directions. The raging flames of the heavenly Tao, together with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th divine lightning of destruction, descended at the same time. Yi Chen's actions were too heaven-defying. He had incurred the wrath of the heavenly Tao. What Yi Chen saw was a sea of flames and divine lightning. Countless lightning chariots, lightning spears, trains, and flintlocks rained down from the sky without any restraint. Boom, boom, boom. All the barriers in the sky were destroyed. At this moment, the four great evil kings simultaneously felt the threat of death. Don't get any closer. With this level of heavenly tribulation, he will definitely die. Let's get out of the way. Right? To forcefully resist a heavenly tribulation of this level. It's undoubtedly despicable. The four great evil kings didn't dare to anger the heavenly Tao avatar anymore, so they all dodged. They watched from the sidelines, waiting for Yi Chen to die under the heavenly tribulation. After all, no one believed that a mere itinerant immortal could survive a heavenly tribulation that could kill a perfected immortal. The four great evil kings released their evil energy shields and stood in the sky, quietly watching the changes in front of them. At this moment, the ancient celestial emperor was bleeding all over. Golden blood flowed out continuously. Such a strange phenomenon shocked everyone. Ha ha ha! This person is already drenched in blood. He can't resist the might of the divine thunder. He will definitely explode and die. Evil-resisting monarch laughed loudly. That's right. The other great evil kings naturally agreed with this point of view. At this moment, in the sky above, the first level of fire tribulation and the third level of divine thunder of destruction had already descended on Yi Chen's head. Kill! Yi Chen naturally knew that the four great evil kings wouldn't take the risk when facing such a level of heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he could deal with it on his own without any qualms. Heavenly Emperor Sword. With a command, the Heavenly Emperor's sword gathered in Yi Chen's hand. Slash. With one slash, the sword gleam rose from the ground like a peak, heading toward the first level of fire tribulation. Boom! Huge tremors rang out, and the sky exploded. The fire tribulation was obstructed by the Heavenly Emperor sword and couldn't hit Yi Chen directly. Meanwhile, the three levels of divine thunder of destruction behind him were unimpeded. As Yi Chen's long howl shook the universe, his body was once again under the full bombardment of divine thunder. Each of the three levels of divine thunder could kill a true immortal. What Yi Chen was enduring was unimaginable destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. The three levels of bombardment came at the same time. The three levels advanced step by step, their might reaching the heavens and the earth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The divine thunder raced through Yi Chen's skin and meridians. Even with the unparalleled body of an ancient god, he couldn't continue to resist such heavenly Tao's divine might. However, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. All of Yi Chen's meridians, tendons, bones, flesh, and blood were affected by the divine thunder of destruction at the same time. They began to be cut and shattered. Yi Chen unleashed the ancient god's wrath. Even when facing the death of 1,000 cuts, he still showed no fear. Ha ha ha! His body was bleeding, but he laughed wildly at the sky. Such boldness was unheard of throughout the ages. Heavenly Tao, if you want to take my life, then let the storm be even more violent. Provoking the heavenly Tao without fear and boundless arrogance. This was the ancient celestial emperor. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In response to Yi Chen's arrogance, the heavenly Tao manifestation sent down 3 more bolts of divine thunder. Of the 9 levels of divine thunder, 7 had descended. 1 had been destroyed by Yi Chen, and 6 had surrounded Yi Chen's body. This brat is a madman. Too crazy. We, the 4 great evil kings, have never seen such a crazy person. Boundless arrogance, looking down on the heavenly Tao. Is he still human? Die, bastard! The 4 great evil kings were shocked by Yi Chen's craziness. One of them even wanted to rely on the heavenly Tao 9 levels, divine thunder, to kill Yi Chen. He no longer wanted to face Yi Qin. Boom! Thunder scamper as fast as lightning. The 3 bolts of divine thunder transformed into lightning dragons that instantly locked onto the ancient celestial emperor. Roar! The lightning dragons roared. Instantly, the power of the heavenly tribulation rushed out and descended. Boom, boom, boom. The power was so strong that it bombarded the ancient celestial emperor's body. Even though he was boundless arrogance, facing the supreme heavenly Tao, celestial emperor still took 3 steps back. Come on. Celestial emperor roared angrily. The ancient god opened his eyes, and a superpower ray shot up into the 9 heavens. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The superpower ray bombarded the heavenly Tao manifestation, causing the manifestation to rumble and tremble slightly. Boom! The heavenly Tao manifestation glared angrily like the wrath of the heavens. In its eyes, there was only Yi Chen's figure. At that moment, the heavenly Tao manifestation activated the laws of all things. The 6 levels of divine thunder gathered at the same time, transforming into a thunder god giant that descended from the sky. Chapter 2137. Looking at the towering thunder god giant before them, the 4 evil kings were dumbfounded. They thought to themselves that it was fortunate they did not continue to target Yi Qin. Otherwise, they would have been crushed by the thunder god giant. The thunder god giant before them was condensed by the 6 divine thunders. It far surpassed the standard of an ordinary peak true immortal ascension tribulation. Even powerful mystic immortals like them did not have complete confidence in fighting this thunder god giant. What they wanted now was very simple. They wanted the thunder god giant to crush Yi Qin completely, and they would reap the benefits. This kid is boundlessly arrogant. Great, the heavenly Tao is enraged now, saving us the trouble. King Ixshat is right. The heavenly Tao has only sent 7 thunder god badges, and they're already so powerful. I don't think the 8th thunder god badge needs to be sent. Speaking of the thunder god badges, Yi Qin can only break the first one. Although he's already amazing, it's definitely not enough. The thunder god giant is the amalgamation of 6 thunder god badges. If we can't break it, this person must die. The 4 evil kings revealed sinister expressions. It was like they were watching a movie. They wanted to see Yi Qin die in the most unwillingness and pain. This was the punishment of the heavenly Tao. No one could escape it. We'll wait and see. Don't move. All right. The 4 evil kings flew out of the battle circle and watched from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Yi Qin faced the thunder god giant alone. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The heavenly thunder reached its peak, and the sun and moon lost their light. At this moment, Yi Qin's eyes were sharp and the emperor's glow reappeared. The ancient celestial emperor had the spirit to rule over all things and the majesty to rule the universe. Yi Qin had to win this battle, and he had to win beautifully. Panga Godhead, Peak 2-star, Ancient God. With the ancient god's heavenly eye activated, the purest power of the Gu God flowed through Yi Qin's meridians. It was the light of heaven and earth. Golden lightning circled around Yi Qin's body, and the heavenly emperor's sword materialized in his hand. Zung! Suddenly, the heavenly emperor's sword flashed with golden light and split into 2 swords. The Pangu Godhead held the 2 swords and locked onto the 6 thunder gods. Are you heaven? Today I'll destroy heaven. Swinging both swords, the bright moon above the 9 heavens, the king of hell below the 9 earths. An angry roar shook the heavens and the earth. The sword slashed unparalleled, breaking the universe. Kill! The ancient god roared in anger. The 2 swords released extreme sword light that contained both the ancient god and the celestial emperor's laws. At this moment, there was no power that could stop it. Even the heavens could not stop it. Universe chaos becomes one. Twin swords rising dragon shattering the heavens. Yi Qin's ultimate sword gleam appeared. The twin swords turned into dragons and locked onto the 6 thunder gods before him. There was no way out. The only way was to kill. Boom! At this moment, 6 lightning eyes appeared on the forehead of the 6 paths thunder god. They spun continuously, and waves of power were emitted from them. The judgment was right in front of them, and the heavens and earth were overturned. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The energy released by the 6 lightning eyes gathered together and formed an enormous form of lightning punishment that pressed down on Yi Qin. Above the 9 heavens, the incomparably majestic divine, lightning heavenly punishment faced the extremely powerful judgment sword unleashed by the 2-star ancient god. The strength of both sides was unimaginably strong. They were like 2 stars in the sky, colliding with each other. The 4 great evil kings who were watching from the sidelines were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. One must know that they were all mystic, immortal existences. The 4 of them could even fight at the level of a peak mystic immortal if they worked together. However, they still could not believe their eyes when they saw the scene before them. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The impact was extremely powerful. The twin dragons roared through the air, and the thunder god slashed furiously. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings shattered. The grand underworld god temple that spanned hundreds of miles was completely smashed by this attack. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and the raging waves crashed against the shore. Everything was lost, and everything fell silent. Roar! The twin dragons roared and pierced through all obstacles, directly passing through the bodies of the 6 paths thunder gods. The 6 paths of judgment shattered. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Golden lightning bloomed in the night sky. The ancient god stood alone in the battle circle, looking up at the ultimate heavenly Tao avatar above the 9 heavens. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen's maniacal laughter was like the chaotic, demonic sound from hell, shocking the world. The 4 great evil kings even began to tremble. They were wondering if it was the right choice to let Yi Chen go through the tribulation. However, the heavenly Tao avatar was so powerful that they really did not dare to act rashly. This kid is amazing, but the heavenly Tao avatar still has 2 more tribulations. I'm sure he won't be able to withstand it. Just as the Yiksha king finished speaking, the heavenly Tao avatar's body flashed with 9 beams of golden light. Instantly, the sky turned as bright as day, and the sun and moon rose at the same time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Waves of heavenly Tao power returned to the heavenly Tao avatar from the environment. On the heavenly Tao avatar's forehead, 9 lightning eyes appeared. This was the complete form of the heavenly Tao avatar. It was mighty and majestic. It was the ultimate power of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves spread in all directions, instantly intimidating the 4 great evil kings. The 4 great evil kings felt that their lives were in danger. This was definitely not an illusion. The avatar before them was simply going to destroy the world. There was no place in the entire underworld god temple that was safe. What should we do? The 4 of them looked at each other and revealed nervous expressions. This situation is no longer something we can handle. Let's report to the evil emperor. If we 4 great evil kings can't even handle Yi Chen, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? There's no time to think. The evil emperor will definitely know about such a huge tremor. We can only take the risk and kill Yi Chen together with the heavenly tribulation. The 4 great evil kings actually had no confidence in such an extremely dangerous operation. However, they didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of the evil emperor. After all, if they failed this mission, the evil emperor would punish them, and they would be in a terrible state. All right, since that's the case, let's do it. The 4 great evil kings nodded at the same time and flew up. One by one, they released their powerful divine arts and secret techniques and started to form the evil king barrier. This barrier could temporarily block the power of the heavenly tribulation from attacking them, giving them a chance to attack. At this moment, in the heavenly tribulation battlefield, Yi Chen's eyes were cold. He was like the king of massacre, having long sensed the changes in his surroundings. Ha ha ha, for great evil kings, since you're so stupid, I'll fulfill your wish. The corners of the ancient god's celestial emperor's lips curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. This was the strongest bet, the most dangerous attempt, and the first time he had ever attempted to ascend to the heavens. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ancient god's heavenly eye released heavenly light. Instantly, martial demon emperor, dark deity, and the underworld king reacted at the same time. The three powerful Dharma bodies were connected spiritually, and their powers were connected. It was the Trinity, the image of returning to origin. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. At this moment, the 9 thunder gods had already taken shape. They were the heavenly Tao, Dharma bodies themselves. They had supreme power, and the state of destroying the world was on full display. Chapter 2138. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The eyes of the 9 thunder gods opened, and 9 bolts of lightning bloomed at the same time. At this moment, heaven and earth were filled with lightning. Outside the range of the lightning core, the 4 great evil kings released their secret techniques at the same time. Evil energy surged into the sky, and all spells penetrated the ground. They had already activated the evil death realm. How powerful were the 4 great evil kings! The evil death realm was also the door to hell, where ghosts and gods sought death. At this moment, what Yi Chen had to face was not only the 9 thunder gods, but also the 4 great evil kings who wanted to kill him at all costs. Such a rumbling situation forced Yi Chen's 3 great Dharma bodies to activate their strongest forms at the same time. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yi Chen's body also flashed with golden light and divine lightning. Dark deity, nether king, and martial demon, celestial emperor, the 2 venerable ones, had already returned to the ancient celestial emperor. The 3 of them combined into one, and at that moment, Yi Chen was in his strongest form. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, in Yi Chen's body, waves of ancient god power circulated rapidly, engraving countless mysterious inscriptions all over his body. These inscriptions were engraved directly on the ancient god's body, forming all sorts of unfathomable patterns. And these inscriptions flashed with golden light, black light, and blood light. It turned out that these were the convergence of the 3 great Dharma bodies' power, especially the crystallization of martial emperor demon and dark Lord Hades' power after returning to their original forms. Facing the 9 bolts of lightning, the ancient god waved his long arm. Instantly, all the inscriptions on his arm lit up. With the support of the ancient god inscriptions, his ancient god power increased by more than 10 times. Heavenly thunder god palm. With a loud bang, the palm print flew out, shaking the heavens and the earth. With the support of the golden lightning, the palm print was like a mountain rising from the ground. Its majestic power was unmatched. Even facing the heavenly thunder god, it was still fearless. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly thunder god palm and the 9 bolts of lightning in the sky collided continuously. The extreme shockwave destroyed thousands of miles. The hell of the underworld god hall completely collapsed. Underground lava roared continuously. Endless evil energy evolved into all sorts of demons, all of which entangled Yi Chen. Insolence, collapsing universe, thunderstrike. Facing the endless attacks of demons, the ancient god's rage shook the heavens and earth. With one punch, it was as if the world had collapsed and the universe had dimmed. Above the entire sea of lava, countless demons disintegrated under this blow, turning into blood that merged into the sea. Ha ha ha. The ancient god's maniacal laughter was like the sound of an enemy's formation, shaking all directions. The evil energy within the lava was actually intimidated, not daring to act rashly. Such power had alarmed the evil Emperor Pishagate. If not for his closed-door cultivation, he would have come out to deal with Yi Qin long ago. 4 great evil kings. Kill this brat immediately. This is an absolute order. The commotion caused by the heavenly tribulation transcendence proved that Yi Qin was the human race's eternal paragon. The 1,000-year Sai was him. If they didn't get rid of him quickly, once he got involved in the Underworld God Project, there would be a sudden change. We understand. The 4 great evil kings bowed and saluted. They obeyed the evil emperor's order to kill Yi Qin in one fell swoop. The ancient celestial emperor had fused the power of 3 great Dharma aspects. At that moment, Yi Qin was arrogant in the 9 heavens. Even if the god of the underworld came personally, he wouldn't be afraid. Ha ha ha! The ancient god laughed maniacally again, and his laughter contained the power of the 8 heavenly dragons' music. It forcefully cut off the communication between the evil emperor and the 4 evil kings. Die, all of you! Celestial Emperor's eyes opened, and golden flashes rushed toward the 4 great evil kings. Yi Qin wanted to stop them from continuing to stimulate the evil killing formation. Kill! The Yiksha king waved the blood blade in his hand. Instantly, countless Yikshas gathered, trying to block the ancient god's power. At that moment, 9 bolts of lightning descended again. Yi Qin couldn't take care of the 4 great evil kings at the same time, so he could only fight the 9 thunder gods. Heavens! Are you jealous of my talent and power as well? The ancient celestial emperor looked at the heavens, and the anger in the heart of his brows evolved into blazing flames of fury that rushed into the sky. Roar! The heavenly snake opened its huge mouth, and a vast amount of magic energy rushed toward the 9 thunder gods like a flood of ferocious beasts. Faced with such a heaven-defying move, the 9 thunder gods opened their eyes in anger, and lightning struck the air. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This time, the power of the divine thunder actually soared again. It was already an extremely powerful disintegration thunder. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosions, the roar of magic energy from the heavenly snake was completely extinguished. It instantly turned into dust and vanished into thin air. Yi Qin's heart trembled. The immortal slaying flying knife and heavenly emperor sword were unsheathed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 2 great immortal weapons attacked at the same time, supporting the 9 heavens and helping Yi Qin resist the divine thunder. Meanwhile, the ancient god's body sat cross-legged in the void, gathering the most desired power in time and space. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Above the ancient god's head, the 8 gates divine discs spun rapidly. The gate of view and gate of limit opened one after another. With 3 gates open, the power of Yi Qin's vitality surged violently, making him incomparably strong. Ah! The ancient god roared, and his vitality shot into the sky, letting the entire world witness the peak of the ancient god's body-tempering realm. With the powerful burst of vitality, Yi Qin completely broke through his limits. With the help of the 8 gates divine discs, Yi Qin's ancient god power rose rapidly as if it was going to break through again. Of course, a 3-star ancient god needed too much energy and natural treasures, so it was impossible to break through so quickly. The space-time wrath and the sky serpent venomous python appeared one after another. For their master, they would give everything. All the essence and blood of the snake queen poured endlessly into the heavenly snake's body. Instantly, the power of the heavenly snake exploded into its strongest form, swallowing all the lightning. Ah! The heavenly snake screamed in pain. Her body was already festering. The power of the 9 thunder gods was too strong. It was not something she could deal with. Roar! At this moment, the space-time wrath released the power of space-time and temporarily hid the heavenly snake in a different space. Only then did she escape death. Yi Qin saw all of this and was anxious. However, he could not give up on the evolution of the 3 phases unification. This was their only chance of survival. The power of three lights. The ancient gods' eyes opened. The light of the sun, the moon, and the stars bloomed at the same time. It was as if chaos had been reborn and Pangu had reappeared in the world. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of three lights continued to grow and infused into the two-star ancient god's body, causing the darkness pool and the demon's eye to boil at the same time. At this moment, the earth trembled and the space turned illusory. Waves of the power of the nether god were continuously infused into Yi Chen's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With the infusion of the nether god's power, outside the demon's eye and the darkness pool, the ancient god's body produced another super strong energy, condensing into a heart of the nether god. At this moment, the shadow of the nether god appeared behind the ancient god. The nether god's power was overwhelming, its power unparalleled. The ancient god's body was covered in the nether god's battle scales. The darkness pool covered the sky and the earth, covering all space. What? At this moment, what the four evil kings saw was as if the nether god had personally arrived. The demon's eye, the darkness pool, and the heart of the nether god. The appearance of the three great treasures of the nether god caused the sky to change and all gods and ghosts to perish. The ancient god's huge body finally stood up. The space-time wrath and the sky serpent venomous python all returned, turning into the black tortoise form of the furious heavenly snake, roaring to destroy the world. Chapter 2139. ZZZ. Above the 9 heavens, the 9 thunder gods began to condense the ultimate judgment power. His 9 eyes of lightning opened, and countless bolts of lightning gathered into a sphere of light in the sky. This sphere was silvery white, and it was surrounded by white lightning. The might of the heavenly Daos and the power of destruction were all gathered within it. Since it has come to this, we cannot hesitate. Yaksha King shouted, "Evil Emperor's orders are not to be defied. Let's kill this person together." Kill. The 4 evil emperors unleashed their greatest powers and drew upon the remaining evil energy within the veins of the earth to form their profound immortal avatars. The 4 great heretical emperors and the 4 great Dharma idols caused heaven and earth to shake and hell to be destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space was surrounded by various types of energy, entering a chaotic state. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Above the 9 heavens, the 9 thunder gods had finished condensing, and the 9 tribulations' heavenly punishment was right in front of them. At the same time, the Dharma forms of the 4 great evil kings appeared. The time to kill was now. In the face of the evil king Slash and the heavenly thunder peak, Yi Chen's 3 aspects returned to origin: ancient divine power, nether divine power, and demonic ability. These 3 aspects merged together. The ultimate attack was right in front of him. Roar! The angry Ho roared, and the heavenly snake went berserk. The 2 of them transformed into their black tortoise forms. Suddenly, the majestic black tortoise's shadow surrounded the ancient god and transformed into the strongest armor, protecting the ancient god's body with its life. ZZZ. At the same time, the immortal-slaying flying dagger and the celestial dark sword actually fused together to form the obliterating divine spear and returned to the hands of the ancient god. The 3 eyes merged into one and returned to the primordial world. Kill. The wings opened and the black tortoise moved. The ancient god held the world, destroying divine spear, and rushed to the 9 heavens, cutting through the chaos. Yi Chen's roar shook the sky as he broke through 1,000,000 soldiers with a single spear strike. Kill. At this moment, the 4 great evil kings fused the strongest power of the evil killing world, causing the evil killing storm to devour everything. The 9 bolts of lightning gathered together, triggering the punishment of the heavenly Tao. No one could escape. The 3 great forces fought in the 9 heavens. Space cracked, and time ceased to exist. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the The 3 balls of light exploded at the same time. The world was recreated, and the underworld god palace completely collapsed. Violent devour! In the battle of strength, Yi Chen's black tortoise form blocked the first wave of attacks from the 9 thunder gods. Then Yi Chen activated the 8 gates divine boards, the great devouring formation of the heavenly serpent. 9 bolts of divine lightning wildly surged into Yi Chen's ancient god body. Cracks began to appear on it, but nether deity energy and the darkness pool rapidly repaired his ancient god body, allowing Yi Chen to continue withstanding the heavenly Tao's great power. Hu! The 4 great evil kings' strangulation storm attacked, and the black tortoise form could no longer hold on, and it was instantly destroyed. Kacha! With the destruction of the black tortoise form, the ancient god's body had to withstand the joint attack of the 9 thunder gods and the 4 great evil kings at the same time. The greatest crisis had arrived. Unparalleled black, gold, glazed body. The ancient god power fused with the might of the underworld god and instantly evolved into the strongest combat body of the ancient god of darkness. The unparalleled black, gold, glazed body. His entire body was covered in black gold that flickered with a glazed color. It was incomparably glossy without any blind spots. Clang! The strangulation storm attacked the ancient god of darkness, not leaving a single trace behind. Heaven-defying battle physique, unparalleled war god. As Yi Chen held at the sky, the ancient god power completely devoured the 9 bolts of Thunder God. Behind the ancient god, 9 silhouettes of the Thunder God appeared. Yi Chen ignored the unfavorable situation that the Thunder God had not been completely analyzed and forcefully channeled the Thunder God power. 9 heavenly tribulations. Thunder, God destruction. Instantly, 9 lightning orbs evolved around the ancient god of darkness, spinning rapidly. Kill! The 9 bolts of lightning shot out at the same time, targeting the 4 great evil kings. What? The 4 great evil kings trembled at the same time, like ants on a hot pan, headless flies, completely losing their ability to judge. ZZT. The 9 bolts of lightning forcefully countered, instantly destroying the evil death barrier and continuing to rush toward the 4 great hopes. No. The 4 great evil kings revealed the most horrified expressions at the same time. In the sea of lightning of the 9 bolts of lightning, they completely sank. Kacha! Their entire bodies shattered, their meridians exploded, their bodies turned into fragments, and were completely incinerated by the 9 bolts of lightning. The dark, chaotic land was filled with desolation. After the light of destruction, it reappeared before the eyes of the world. This battle shocked the heavens and earth, made ghosts and gods weep. After the calamity, only the magnificent lightning figure stood alone on the battlefield. Chi! The ancient god's entire body was bleeding and finally dissipated with a bang. Yi Chen's body fell from the sky and smashed heavily onto the ground. At the itinerant immortal stage, he had fought against the 4 great evil kings and the 9 bolts of Thunder God at the same time. Such a great feat would never be destroyed. 1 battle to become a god, and all ages would wither. Only the heavenly emperor would survive. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. The immortal power in his body flowed like a flood, and the ground shook. Qi from all directions surged and automatically entered Yi Chen's body. Peak itinerant immortal! Yi Chen had advanced to peak itinerant immortal stage. Without any other choice, Yi Chen ignored his own exhaustion and continued to activate the ancient god space, analyzing the 9 bolts of Thunder God power. Previously, he had used the 9 bolts of lightning by sacrificing his ancient god power and nether divine power. Not only did it cause an extremely strong backlash, but it also made the 9 bolts of Thunder God power even more violent. In the blink of an eye, it could cause a terrifying self-explosion. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. The pool of darkness constantly absorbed the nether divine power in the surrounding space to fill the gap in the ancient god power. At this moment, the nether god 3 treasures were back in place, and Yi Chen could automatically merge the ancient god power and nether divine power. The ancient god space analyzed rapidly, and all kinds of data continuously appeared in Yi Chen's mind. However, the 9 bolts of thunder god power were mysterious. It was almost impossible to completely decrypt it in a short time. Yi Chen settled for the next best thing. He did not need to completely decrypt it, but at least decrypt its control system, so that the 9 bolts of thunder god would not continue to harm him. Finally, after 6 hours, he saw initial results. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Yi Chen's divine power gradually stabilized. In this battle, time and space were furious. The Snake Queen was severely injured, especially the Snake Queen, who was currently on her last breath. In the ancient god space, the Snake Queen had transformed into her heavenly snake form and was coiled on the ground in pain. Snake Queen! Yi Chen's primordial spirit entered the ancient god space. Looking at the Snake Queen before him, he could not bear it. To be loyal to the Heavenly Emperor, I have no regrets. Yi Chen let out a long sigh and released his ancient god blood, pouring it into the heavenly snake's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a burst of ancient god light, the heavenly snake's body rapidly recovered, and her vital energy and blood gradually flowed smoothly. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for your gift. This is what you deserve. After treating the snake, Yi Chen looked at the space-time wrath again. This time, after being attacked by the 9 bolts of Thunder God, the black tortoise form had collapsed. The core power of the black tortoise form was the spatial force released by the space-time wrath. Now, he was almost unable to release spatial force. Space-time wrath, I let you enter a state of hibernation. Wait for me to find a treasure of space-time and let you recover. Roar. With a furious roar, the space-time wrath directly evolved into a space-time ball, sleeping deep in the ancient god space. Chapter 2140. Boom! After Yi Chen killed the 4 kings and successfully transcended the heavenly tribulation, the entire dark god temple suddenly began to tremble, and space itself began to transform. Yi Chen looked at the sky and realized that heaven and earth were upside down. The entire space had undergone a huge change. He had previously sensed that there were existences even more powerful than the 4 great evil kings in this space. And the 4 great evil kings had once said that they were obeying the evil emperor's orders during the battle. At this moment, a towering demon pagoda rose from the ground. Yi Chen was deeply shocked by its majestic form and immense evil energy. I've expended too much energy today. I can't stay here for long. Yi Chen frowned. A lotus appeared under his feet, and he left the nether god temple instantly. Flying above the 9 heavens, Yi Chen sensed that the evil energy in the air had changed its attribute. This was an existence even higher than evil king rank. This evil energy kept surging toward every corner of the dark god temple. It was obvious that it wanted to occupy the entire dark god temple. After the battle at the underworld god hall, Yi Chen could sense the remnants of the underworld god's power. However, the underworld god did not seem to be here. According to the information obtained by the Flying Feather Clan, the Lord of the Underworld might be in closed-door cultivation and had been sealed by the evil origin. However, the underworld god's temple had been completely destroyed by Yi Chen's grand plan to overcome the heavenly tribulation, and they had not found any trace of the Lord of the Underworld. There were not even any signs of a seal. This meant that the Lord of the Underworld was not here. After leaving the underworld god temple, Yi Chen stood in the sky and looked down at the ground below, demon eyes open. Through the demon's eye, Yi Chen guided the feedback of the remnant nether god energy and saw the complete appearance of the nether god temple. The entire Nether God Hall had been completely enveloped by a ball of evil energy. However, this ball of evil energy seemed to be in a dormant state. Otherwise, the tribulation this time would have been even more dangerous. Yi Chun imprinted the entire layout of the underworld god temple into his mind and quickly left. When Yi Chen returned to the place where the flying Feather Clan combatants were waiting, he saw a ground littered with corpses. Clearly, they had been disposed of by the evil forest source. As such, Yi Chen could only return to the Flying Feather tribe. Outside the Flying Feather Clan's tribe, the combatants came to welcome Yi Chen upon his return. Yi Chen, did you gain anything this time? The first to welcome him was Heavenly Gong Tongzhu. Ever since he fought Yi Chen last time, he had been very impressed by Yi Chen. We'll talk about it when we get back. All right. Heavenly Designer Coppercast brought Yi Chen back to the Elders' Hall. The fifth elder led the other elders out to welcome him. Yi Chen was someone who had seen the Emperor Yu, so his status in everyone's hearts had risen greatly. Moreover, the fact that he'd been able to return alive from the Nether God Hall proved his strength. When he arrived at the Elders' Hall, Yi Chen told everyone about the deaths of the Flying Feather Clan combatants. Sai, Feather Sovereign once said that your trip to the Underworld God Hall will be fraught with grim possibilities. This is their fate, the fifth elder said sorrowfully. An old man sat alone on the high seat. It was the great elder. Fellow Yi, did you get any information from your trip to the Nether God Hall? He asked Yi Chen. This was the question he was most concerned about, and it was also the information that the Emperor of Yu wanted to know the most. Yi Chen looked at the Grand Elder and said, "There's no trace of the Nether God in the Dark God Temple. There aren't even any traces of other powerhouses. There are only the 4 great evil kings of the evil spirits." For great evil kings? Hearing this name, everyone trembled. The 4 great evil kings were part of the 8 evil spirit kings and were the elite subordinates of the evil emperor. They did not expect that Yi Chen would encounter them this time. However, how did he return safely? This puzzled everyone. You encountered the 4 great evil kings and returned safely? The great elder asked on behalf of everyone. Humph, they're just puny evil kings. How could they stand in my way? Yi Chen smiled coldly in the face of everyone's surprised gazes. He did not seem to care about the 4 great evil kings at all. At this moment, the 5th elder re-examined Yi Chen and shouted in shock, "Fellow Yi, your cultivation base is actually peak itinerant immortal. How is it? You weren't at this cultivation base when you first arrived. Did you hide your cultivation base?" When I arrived, I was indeed a beginner itinerant immortal. However, I had a fortuitous encounter this time and ascended. This time, even the great elder was slightly shaken. He was a veteran and had his own understanding of cultivation. He knew very well that it was impossible for an ordinary person to ascend from beginner itinerant immortal to peak itinerant immortal. He frowned and looked at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen really had various signs of a recent breakthrough. In such a short time, he had achieved such a level. What kind of talent was this person? The person that Emperor Yu values is indeed extraordinary, the great elder said to himself. Then the great elder stood up and continued, "Fellow Yi, please come with me to see Emperor Yu. Is that possible?" Of course. Yi Chen nodded slightly. He also wanted to discuss with Emperor Yu about how to reclaim the Underworld God Temple. The Underworld God Temple was the most sacred place in the Underworld realm. It was the birthplace of the Nether God. They must reclaim it. It was equally important to find the Nether God. When he arrived at Emperor Yu's palace again, Yi Chen was familiar with it. He no longer felt any pressure. This made the great elder even more surprised. This meant that Yi Chen's foundation had already surpassed his imagination. At the same time, Yi Chen's powerful Nether God power had offset the powerful suppression of Emperor Yu's mountain. When they arrived at Emperor Yu's palace, the great elder stood outside and let Yi Chen enter alone. In Emperor Yu's palace, She sensed that Yi Chen had returned as if he had been reborn. She personally came out to welcome him. Yi Chen, not only did you come out unscathed from this trip to the underworld god temple, but you've also ascended to such a level. I'm curious. As she spoke, Emperor Yu's eyes blurred. She looked at Yi Chen's body and was instantly shocked. You actually did what? Did you obtain the 3 treasures of the Nether God? Tell me, how did you obtain these treasures? Emperor Yu's expression turned cold. This time she was serious. The 3 treasures of the Nether God was the symbol of the Nether God. Once they were gathered, the domineering aura of the Nether God would be revealed with every move. This might was not so obvious because Yi Chen had not gathered all 3 treasures. However, it was completely different now. Emperor, you could even see the shadow of the Nether God behind Yi Chen. It's very simple. That's it. Yi Chen did not hide anything and directly told her about how he had relied on the Nether God power to successfully overcome the ordeal. This shocked Emperor Yu even more. 9 bolts of thunder. Hearing this name, Emperor Yu could not stop shaking her head. 9 bolts of thunder was an extremely powerful ordeal that only mystic immortals could encounter. Yi Chen had encountered it at itinerant immortal stage. It was not surprising that he could ascend to such a level. Being able to obtain the heart of the Nether God means that the Nether God has approved of you, Yi Chen. That's for the best. This time, I've come to the underworld God temple to seek cooperation. Yi Chen's body trembled and the Nether God power filled his body. The might of the Nether God made even Emperor Yu unable to resist and could only bow her head. The flawless chapters of the devilish nanny in the city will continue to be updated on the new C-Book Pavilion. There will be no advertisements on the site. Please bookmark and recommend the new C-Book Pavilion. If you like Evil Nanny Dad in the City, please collect. Evil Nanny Dad in the City's new books are updated the fastest in Hage. Chapter 2141. Yi Chen unleashed the might of the underworld god to speed up the counterattack against the dark god temple. He wanted Yu Huang to understand that with the 3 underworld god treasures, he was qualified to lead the underworld realm. He looked at the hesitant Yu Huang and quickly unleashed his underworld divine power. Immediately, the 3 underworld god treasures floated above his head, and the underworld god's apparition descended. Yu Huang listened to Yi Chen's arrangements. The underworld god suddenly spoke, releasing authority to Yi Chen. Faced with such power, Yu Huang's eyes gleamed coldly. She was still hesitant about Yi Chen. After all, he was a human. If the entire underworld realm obeyed his orders, it would be too risky. However, the underworld god had personally spoken. With the 3 underworld god gathered, she seemed to have lost her choice. Yu Huang obeys. Yu Huang bowed, expressing her willingness to listen to Yi Chen's arrangements. Very good. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Following that, Yu Huang released her Dharma form. A grand apparition appeared above Yu Huang Mountain. All the flying Feather Clan fighters below could see it. She announced the decision to let Yi Chen lead the Flying Feather Clan. Everyone must obey Yi Chen's orders unconditionally. What's going on? Yu Huang giving authority to Yi Chen? Why does it sound so fantastical? What did Yi Chen experience in the Dark God Temple? What qualifications does he have to take over the Flying Feather Clan? Naturally, they were not convinced by Yi Chen. Yi Chen had to solve this himself. Rumble. Suddenly, Yu Huang Mountain shook. The demon opened its eyes, darkness paved the way, and the underworld heart evolved. Yi Chen assumed the form of the underworld god and descended into the mortal world. I am the underworld god, descending to the 9 heavens, underworld divine power, swept across the land. All the Flying Feather Clan members were shocked by the might of the underworld divine power. They were all loyal followers of the underworld god and were very sensitive to the suppression of the underworld divine power. Sensing this power instantly awakened their loyal genes. We bow. Under the lead of the first elder, all the flying Feather Clan fighters knelt to Yi Chin. They saw the underworld god. The underworld god was too important to the flying Feather Clan. It was the meaning of their existence, ever since they were forced to leave the underworld god temple. Every expert had been thinking about how to return and serve the god of the underworld again. Now that the god of the underworld had descended, how could they not be excited? Everyone, I went to the Nether God Temple and saw the evil spirits wreaking havoc. After killing the 4 kings, the evil emperor is still causing chaos in the world, and the demon pagoda is running amok. Therefore, I want to lead all the forces in the Netherworld divine world to counterattack the evil spirit's nest and take back the Dark God Temple. What do you all think? Good, good, good. Everyone cheered and obeyed the Nether God's command. Very good. I'm going to hold a Netherworld Divine Realm Alliance meeting and invite all experts to participate. We'll fight against the evil spirits together. All of you immediately spread the news everywhere. Rest assured, Nether God. Leave this matter to me. 5th Elder stepped forward and said, Thank you, 5th Elder. Yi Chin nodded slightly. The 5th Elder quickly left to carry out Yi Chen's orders. In 7 days, they would meet at Yu Huang Mountain, within the demon tower of the Nether God Hall. The evil Emperor Pizamen sat cross-legged on a high platform. When he sensed that the 4 great evil kings had been killed by Yi Chin at the same time, he was furious. Up until now, the Yiksha King, the Azura King, the Imperial Evil King, the Doomsday King, and the Evil Wisdom King had died in Yi Chen's hands. This caused the evil spirits' morale to plummet, and they suffered heavy losses. Yi Chin, I swear I'll kill you with my own hands. Pizamen was still in closed-door cultivation. He needed to control the evil origin of the entire Dark God Temple, which consumed a lot of energy and energy. This was why he could not help the 4 great evil kings. However, he could not imagine that the evil death barrier of the 4 mystic immortals could not kill Yi Chin. No one could imagine that Yi Chin could rely on ancient god power and the 3 treasures of the Nether God to break through to the peak attainment level. Archaic evil origin. The evil emperor released his own evil energy into the deepest part of the earth vein. A huge ball of slime energy, refined from evil energy, suddenly awakened. Roar! The roar reverberated throughout the land. All the evil warriors that Yi Chin had killed earlier turned into energy and were absorbed by the archaic evil origin. Hiss, hiss, hiss! After absorbing a large amount of evil energy, countless eyes appeared on the evil origin's body. They kept turning and emitting strange lights. There was an extremely powerful consciousness in the evil origin that was being nurtured. This was also the evil Emperor Pisamen's mission, which was to nurture the 2nd evil origin in the Dark God Temple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After absorbing the evil energy, the evil origin evolved on its own and began to release evil energy to feed the Pizamen. Suddenly, the Pizamen felt his power increase without limit. Mystic immortal laws filled the meridians of his body. The feeling of super strength, like a perpetual motion machine, made him feel that he was omnipotent. Ha ha ha! The archaic evil origin is really powerful. As long as I nurture the 2nd evil origin, killing Yi Chin will be a piece of cake. He laughed wildly, his eyes filled with greed. In the next 5 days, the Pizamen absorbed the power of the evil origin and continued to increase his cultivation base. Then he used the evil origin to create millions of evil warriors. These evil warriors were born quickly and had weak combat power. However, they had the advantage in numbers and completely obeyed the orders of the Pizamen. Ha ha ha, Yi Chin! You destroyed my earth vein evil energy formation, but as long as the 2nd evil origin is here, I can rebuild the formation in the blink of an eye. Without finding the whereabouts of the Nether God, how can the arrogant you give up? Ha ha ha! The Pizamen had already predicted that Yi Chin would make a comeback. This was the best opportunity for him to take revenge. Pizamen! Suddenly, the evil origin began to speak. This phenomenon caused the Pisa men to turn pale with fright. This proved that the consciousness within the evil origin had awakened. Is it the Lord Evil Spirit? The Pisa men looked ahead. A ball of energy appeared and turned into an evil spirit. It was the consciousness within the evil origin. The 4 great evil kings were created by me, but they all died in your hands. How do you explain this? The evil Emperor Pisa men was panicking. Once the consciousness within the evil origin awakened, the dark god temple would no longer be under his control. Now, the Lord Evil Spirit would take over everything. Moreover, with the Earth Vein Evil Energy Formation, the Lord Evil Spirit could easily obtain any information. As long as the consciousness awakened, it would be equivalent to him controlling the entire dark god temple. Pisa men, how many more evil emperors are waiting in the evil spirit world? Do you understand? Yes, your subordinate understands. The evil emperors were never existences to strut around in the evil spirit world. They were just servants and guardians of the evil origin. Now that I've come out, the dark god temple will be under my control. Immediately form an evil spirit army. I want to unify the entire dark god realm. Yes. The evil Emperor Pisa men bowed slightly and then left the spirit tower. He was very displeased. He had exhausted all his effort and did not expect that the evil origins consciousness would reap the rewards. Chapter 2142. At the foot of Feather Emperor Mountain, all the experts gathered. Yi Qin stood high up on the platform. The powerhouses below were all people who had come to the Alliance Conference under the Oasis God's orders. The first formation was led by the Feather Emperor and the experts of the Flying Feather Clan. The second formation was led by the Beast King and the experts of the Beast Region. The third formation was led by the Flowing Cloud Sect Master and the experts of the God Netherworld Realm. The fourth formation was led by the independent cultivators of the God Netherworld Realm. Everyone, the Underworld God Temple is the core of our realm, the symbol of our dignity. Now that it has been occupied by an evil spirit, I'm truly displeased. This time, I have gathered all the experts to conquer the evil spirits. I am also the will of the Nether God. Are you all willing to follow me? Yi Chen's voice resounded throughout the place. All the combatants bowed and obeyed Yi Chen's orders. Currently, the Nether God was nowhere to be found. Yi Chen had the Nether God's 3 treasures and was the symbol of the Nether God. He was recognized by the powerhouses and was the leader of the expedition. All right, the 7-day meeting is over. Let's go. Hoo. Luan Tian's furious roar shook the heavens and earth. Everyone climbed onto their flying mounts and followed Yi Qin toward the Nether God Hall. The Underworld God Hall had lost its former glory. After Yi Qin had battled the 4 great evil kings, slayed demons, and ascended the heavenly tribulation, this place had been reduced to a land of devastation. However, after Yi Qin left, the evil source consciousness took control of the Underworld God Temple, and the surrounding land was filled with countless evil source existences. The consciousness of the evil source was hiding in the core of the 9-story demon tower, while the outside was the 18 reincarnation hell realm created by the evil source. Ha. The evil laughter burned wildly, spreading throughout the 9 prefectures. Countless evil energies gathered in the square in front of the demon tower. The peak, the rift valley, the blood-stained lake, everything was controlled by the evil source. Outside the Nether God Hall, the evil Emperor Pishagate had already gathered 1 million soldiers. Lord Evil Origin, the 1 million-strong army has gathered, but according to the report of our evil spirit spies, Yi Chen has gathered many powerhouses from the underworld divine world to join forces against us. Vaishya's sect said, Haha, just in time. I've already prepared the most wonderful feast for them. As long as I absorb the power of these people, my evil consciousness will be completely reborn. Ha. The evil source was very confident in his own abilities. Visa Gate nodded slightly and started to set up the formation. The area of 500 kilometers around the Nether God Mountain had fallen into the evil emperor's control. Within the 9-story demon pagoda, the evil source continued to release its might. It wanted to establish contact with the evil spirit world. ZZZ. In midair, a black screen of light appeared, within which clumps of black energy converged. Great ancient evil source, I've come to pay my respects. The evil origin's consciousness descended from the throne and bowed to the being in the screen of light. Did you gain anything from sending you to the Netherworld God realm? I've already occupied the entire Nether God Hall, but the position of the Nether God has yet to be determined. What, bastard? How vast is the evil origin energy? Why can't we find another God? Now we can confirm that the God of the underworld has sealed himself, but his aura is completely gone, just like a dead person. Humph. The Nether deity energy is something that we must obtain. How disappointing. Please quell your anger, ancient evil source. This person has the 3 treasures of the underworld god. The evil source consciousness released its energy and projected Yi Chen's image in midair. Floating before him were the demon's eye, darkness pool, and the heart of the Nether god. Oh, seeing this information, the ancient evil source sneered. Ha ha ha, very good. Then capture this person for me. Yes. The evil source consciousness bowed and sent the ancient evil source away. Following that, he saw an energy passage appearing in front of him. The most powerful evil king, the heavenly evil king, and the ghoul dragon king had arrived. The 2 kings had a magnificent aura and were filled with evil energy. They were like ferocious beasts that walked out of hell, devouring everything and destroying people's hearts. The ancient evil source has sent us to support you. Evil source number 1, do you have a plan? The 2 kings faced the evil source and did not show the slightest fear. Obviously, these 2 kings were completely different from the previous evil kings. They were directly under the ancient evil source. Evil kings, I've already taken complete control of the Nether God Hall. I've sent the evil Emperor Pishaman to lead 1,000,000 troops to fight the coalition army led by Yi Chen outside the Nether God Mountain. What do you think? Evil source number 1 looked at the 2 kings and asked, this arrangement is too simple. Since you've set up such a large formation in the Nether God Hall, why don't you just let the coalition army charge into the heart of the Nether God Hall and we'll surround and kill them? Ghoul Dragon King is right. Evil source number 1, this is an order from the ancient evil source. I understand. Let's do as you say. Very well. The heavenly evil king smiled coldly and then released his power to give the order. The evil Emperor Pishaman received the order from the outside world. The heavenly evil king and the ghoul dragon king have arrived. It seems that evil source number 1 is no longer the ruler. This time I'll perform well. Yi Chen, I'll kill all of you here. Pishaman had tried many times to gain the recognition of the ancient evil source, but failed every time. This time he volunteered to guard the 9-story demon pagoda, hoping to make a name for himself. He did not expect that evil source number 1 would obtain the results. This was his last chance to make a comeback. Rumble. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, millions of coalition army had arrived. ZZT, ZZT, ZZT. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sun and moon were hidden. Yi Chen stood on the most powerful flying feather warship and looked down at the land below. It had already fallen into the control of the evil spirits. The evil spirits must have some ulterior motive for letting us charge in. Lord God of the underworld, I think there's an 80% chance of an ambush. The Beast King stepped forward and said, We'll charge into the Nether God Hall with millions of troops. Are we afraid of them? Yi Chen said. Everyone nodded. They had endured the chaos of the evil spirits for too long. Now that there was a chance to charge, no one would back down. In that case, I'm willing to be the vanguard. Very well. Beast King, lead the Beast Tribe elites and charge in from this position. I'll support you. Yes. The Beast King obeyed Yi Chen's order and led the Beast Tribe elites to charge in from a very remote place. Sex, listen up. Yes. The flowing cloud palms led many powerhouses to receive the order. You guys cooperate with the Beast King and charge in from the left. Yes. The powerhouses received the order and rode on the flying Feather Race's flock of birds, charging toward the left. The two vanguard armies' attack instantly ignited the flames of war. The area within 1,000 kilometers of the Nether God Mountain was plunged into battle. Yi Chen looked into the distance and immediately saw that the two armies' charge was very successful. They did not encounter much resistance. It was obvious that the other party had done it on purpose. Lord Nether God, I sense that the Nether God Mountain and the Nether God Hall are all surging with evil energy. This is a trap, the Feather King said. Ha! I've long known that the evil source wants to lead the army into a trap. So what? Today, I'll completely destroy the evil spirit's ambition. Yi Chen's domineering attitude instantly shocked everyone. Everyone felt the most powerful Nether God power flowing through their bodies. They could not defy it. Chapter 2143. Lord Evil King, the allied army has begun their attack. Ha ha ha, very good. Lure them into the underworld, God Mountain. The evil source formation has covered the entire mountain. Only death awaits them. Yes. The dark energy warriors obeyed the evil king's order and stopped resisting. They led the allied army's vanguard into the underworld, God Mountain. Above the sky, Yi Chen could tell what the evil king was planning. Underworld, God Mountain. Yi Chen locked his eyes on the underworld God Mountain and released the underworld God's consciousness into the underworld God Mountain. Although the entire vein was controlled by the dark energy, this was the underworld God Mountain, the place where the underworld God cultivated. The dark energy could not completely remove the flow of divine power. The reason why Yi Chen was so confident and ordered the two vanguard armies to attack was that he was the one who truly controlled the underworld God Mountain. Dark Night, soul-breaking finger. Suddenly, the dark energy in Yi Chen's hand flowed, and the demon's eye locked onto a formation eye. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The powerful finger energy instantly hit the formation eye like a laser beam. The vein exploded, and the formation eye shattered. The dark energy swept through the formation eye and instantly controlled the formation in this area. Yi Chen's divine consciousness moved and the formation was activated. Not only did it not stop the vanguard army, but the dark energy in the formation also counterattacked the evil spirit army. Boom, boom, boom. The dark energy exploded and the sun and moon sank. Countless dark energy warriors died under their own power. Blood mist filled the sky, and the pain was unbearable. What? The evil king's face was twisted. The evil source formation was so powerful that it began to counterattack the evil spirit army. This was unacceptable. Seeing this scene, the heavenly evil king frowned as anger rose in his heart. Evil source number 1, is this your masterpiece? The heavenly evil king glared at the evil source number 1. This shocking turn of events left the evil source in a daze. He could not imagine how Yi Chen controlled the formation he had set up. Damn it! The evil source number 1 turned into a liquid form and directly rushed into the vein, rushing toward the outside world according to the dark energy vein. Hiss, hiss, hiss! On the ground, balls of liquid appeared and the evil source slime appeared. Yi Chen! Countless eyes appeared on the evil slime's body and locked onto Yi Chen's position. Clearly, the evil slime was completely enraged. Yi Chen had ruined his grand plan before it even began. How could he accept this? Die! Countless evil energy eyeballs spun continuously. Following that, the evil energy from the ley line was channeled into the evil source slime's body. After that, it turned into a destructive ray and attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen's lips curled up slightly in the face of the ferocious, destructive rays. To most people, This was like the end of the world, but to Yi Qin, it was like child's play. Light of darkness. The demons I opened between Yi Chen's brows again. Suddenly, the apparition of the Nether God flickered, and the demons I released the ultimate destructive Nether God power, instantly destroying all the evil energy rays. Ah! This shocking scene made countless fell warriors tremble. The evil source was an extremely high existence in their hearts. It was what the evil spirits relied on to conquer a place. They did not expect it to be so useless in front of Yi Qin. Evil source number 1, you can only bow your head before this emperor. The power of the underworld suppressed the entire place. Yi Chen released the immortal slaying saber gleam and charged toward the evil source slime. Chi, chi, chi. Countless slashing saber gleams were like a meat grinder, madly killing. The evil source slime was bleeding all over like a lamb at the mercy of others. It was the root of the evil spirit's erosion of the earth. Now that it was being slaughtered like a pig by Yi Qin, what would the fell warriors think of it? Sigh. The evil emperor sighed and shook his head continuously. He did not expect to submit to such an existence. How embarrassing! Ha ha ha! Just when everyone thought that the evil source slime was going to be cut into pieces by Yi Qin, he suddenly laughed. Following that, the liquid in the evil source slime's body began to circulate rapidly. The injuries inflicted by the immortal slaying flying saber were completely healed as if they had never happened. What? Many of the combatants in the coalition army were shocked. They did not expect the evil source slime's recovery ability to be so strong. It was like a god. Facing the rapidly recovering evil source slime, Yi Chen's eyes turned slightly cold. The murderous intent in his heart intensified. Kill! Yi Chen's body flashed. Suddenly a clone rushed out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the dark gold glazed body, the Dark Emissary. The Dark Emissary was a powerful clone evolved from the Source of Darkness. It had all the abilities of the Source of Darkness. At this moment, the Dark Emissary held the Heavenly Emperor's sword in his hand. His entire body shone with a dark gold glazed light as he charged at the evil source. Ha ha ha! Before my true body, all things shall be annihilated. The evil source slime was boundlessly violent. It instantly transformed into a super huge mouth and swallowed the Dark Emissary in front of him. Huh! The coalition army was shocked again. They thought that Yi Chen's Dark Emissary could do something amazing. How did it get swallowed directly? Ha ha ha, Yi Chen! You're no match for the source of evil energy after all. Before the evil spirits, all races shall bow their heads. The evil spirits are invincible. The evil spirit army, led by the evil emperor, sang a song of victory. They thought that the reinforcements led by Yi Qin would all die at the hands of the evil source slime. Boom, boom, boom. Countless evil energy burst out from beneath the evil source slime's feet. The formation was activated again and extended toward the coalition army. The two vanguard armies that had charged earlier had no choice but to retreat under the deterrence of the evil source slime. Lord God of the underworld! Everyone looked at Yi Qin, waiting for his reply. However, Yi Chen was expressionless and did not respond at all. Everyone's hearts trembled. They did not know what Yi Qin meant. Wait. With a wait, while everyone was still puzzled, they heard the evil source slime writhing its body frantically, showing a pained expression. The evil source slime's countless eyes locked onto Yi Qin, but there was fear in them. It could not imagine what kind of person the opponent before it was. He was simply a godlike existence. It felt that it had lost control of its body, and its entire body was changing. Evil source number 1, you're the one who infected others and infected the earth. Now, you're also infected by the power of darkness. How does it feel to rot? Yi Chen's words shocked the powerhouses. Everyone fell into a state of terror. Everyone saw that the evil source slime's body began to turn black, and all the liquid in its body turned into black water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the muscles and meridians in its body were moving toward a state of decay. It was already like a rotten ball of water. Kacha, kacha, kacha! Following that, its body froze and cracks opened up. Boom, boom, boom. The evil source slime's body cracked, and a mass of dark energy burst out rapidly. The evil source exploded on the spot and turned into a pool of blood. Chapter 2144. The evil source is gone. The Alliance army looked ahead in shock. The evil source had shattered before them like a popped balloon. No, this is just a clone of the evil source. While everyone was shocked and excited, Yi Qin suddenly spoke. Everyone tensed up again. If this was just a clone, there was nothing to be excited about. After all, the enemy was still here. Kill. Although it was just a clone, the momentum of victory was already there. Yi Qin issued a kill order, and all the Underworld Realm combatants led their troops toward the Underworld God Mountain. Don't even think about it. Seeing the defeat of the evil source, evil King Vishaman was enraged. No matter what, he was still an evil king. How could he watch as the Underworld Realm combatants attacked so easily? Absorb! The evil king flashed with evil light. 3 spinning gears appeared before him, and he held them with both hands. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The evil energy in the earth was constantly injected into the gears. Suddenly, a storm of evil energy turned into the gears' energy and attacked forward. As gear moved forward, it was unstoppable. Its speed was extremely fast, and no matter what it touched, it would be destroyed. Ah! In the battlefield, screams of pain rang out. In the vanguard army, many warriors had their bodies split open by the gears and died tragically. Damn it! The Beast King was enraged. He slashed at the gears with his claws. Clang, clang, clang. The demonic energy cogwheel clashed against the Beast King's divine weapon, causing sparks to fill the sky. The Beast King wanted to control the demonic energy cogwheel in front of him, but he could sense that the demonic energy contained within was too powerful. There was a bizarre law contained within it that he was unable to control at all. Ha ha ha. At this time, the evil king laughed coldly. Then, the gears that the Beast King had grabbed suddenly split. 1 gear turned into 3 and attacked the Beast King from different directions. Ah! The Beast King was shocked. He could not deal with such a change. Shing! The other 2 gears were about to behead the Beast King when a frozen sword energy attacked. Clang! The frozen power extended rapidly and froze the 2 gears. Oh! The evil king looked at the newcomer with interest. It was Feather Queen. Feather Queen held the frost sword and pointed it at evil King Vishaman. This was her challenge. The Vishagate smiled coldly. He sat cross-legged in the air and commanded the gear to attack the Feather Emperor. The 2 sides were entangled in battle, and thunder exploded in the void. Yi Chen's eyes looked toward the core of the 9-story tower. Yi Chen! At this moment, the voice transmission came from the Heavenly Evil King. Who's sneaking around? Yi Chen responded forcefully. His consciousness rippled for 1,000 miles and rushed toward the Heavenly Evil King. Ha ha ha! Facing the powerful stream of consciousness, the Heavenly Evil King laughed maniacally as a domineering evil energy counterattacked. However, before he could reach Yi Qin, he was already destroyed by the immortal-slaying flying saber. Their primordial spirits left their bodies at the same time and stood alone in the void. Yi Qin, you have no advantage in the Underworld God Temple. Leave now. Lowly Evil King, how dare you negotiate with me? This king is the Heavenly Evil King, and I'm different from the Evil King that you killed. Furthermore, I have a companion, the Ghost Dragon King. His intelligence isn't any lower than yours. If we join hands, we will definitely be annihilated. Retreat immediately. Ha ha ha. You want me to back out so badly? Could it be that you want to engage in some shady business? Unfortunately, if you want to find the god of the underworld, leave this task to this emperor. What, The heavenly evil king was Yi Jing. He did not expect the other party to see through his thoughts with just a conversation. Such intelligence was too shocking. Very well. Since you want to die, this king will fulfill your wish. When this emperor exterminates the evil source, you will even lose your base. The ones who should scram are you. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. The light of the underworld bloomed and instantly destroyed the image of the heavenly evil king before him. His primordial spirit returned, and Yi Chen locked onto the 9-story demon tower. That was where the true body of the evil source was. It was also the lair of the heavenly evil king and the ghost dragon king. He turned to look at the battlefield. At this moment, Emperor Yu was facing the Pisha Gate alone. The battle had begun. Flying feathers, chaotic sky. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless flying feathers contained elite sword chi. The majestic power rushed toward the Pisha Gate. Endless flywheel. At this time, the evil King Pisha Gate no longer held back. The evil cogwheels rapidly evolved, covering the sky with cogwheels, forming a barrier that instantly locked onto Emperor Yu. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, the endless flywheel and the endless cogwheels canceled each other out. Space trembled, and energy shockwaves spread in all directions. Everyone activated their powers to resist, but many warrior-rank cultivators could not resist at all and died one after another. At this moment, in the earth vein, evil energy surged. Clearly, the evil source was rising again. The evil source. Yi Chen understood that as long as the evil source was not eliminated, the entire dark god temple would still be under the control of the evil spirits. Emperor Yu, guard the Beast King. I want to kill the evil source myself. Yes. The Beast King accepted the order and guarded the army, while Yi Chen went to the 9-story demon tower alone. Inside the 9-story demon tower, the evil energy turned into various clouds and shrouded the entire space. It was dazzling and impossible to move forward. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. The light of the underworld bloomed. The evil energy could not stop him at all. With the knight demon battle armor on and the heavenly emperor sword in hand, Yi Chen's power shook the world. Who would dare to stop him? At this time, inside the demon tower, there was a hissing sound. Countless evil spirits began to move. On the walls and under the floor, countless evil insects appeared, biting at Yi Chen. D****. Yi Chen was enraged. The heavenly serpent spewed flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless dark flames erupted from the heavenly serpent's mouth. The evil insects were instantly turned into powder. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless evil insects screeched and howled in pain. Yi Chen was like a god descending to the mortal world, killing evil without mercy. One sword moves everywhere. With a sweep of the sword, the surroundings shook. Endless sword energy swept across the area. The sword energy contained the power of dark hellfire, instantly burning all the evil insects. The entire demon tower was burning in flames. Yi Chen was like a god from hell who walked out of hellfire, insufferably arrogant. Evil source, do you dare to fight? Yi Chen's angry roar was like 8 dragons going berserk. It swept across the area, causing the entire 9-story demon tower to tremble. The evil energy seemed to have a mind of its own. It did not dare to approach Yi Chen and retreated. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen's maniacal laughter carried the power of fury. Time and space changed. He had already arrived at the 5th floor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, there was a flash of evil energy before him. An evil beast appeared before him. Roar! The evil beast roared angrily. The evil energy went berserk and countless sharp claws attacked Yi Chen. Ha ha ha! Yi Chen was fearless. He walked forward with steady steps. Clang, clang, clang. Countless sharp claws bombarded Yi Chen's body. It was as if they had hit steel. There was no effect. The path of an emperor is unstoppable. Dong, dong, dong. He took a big step forward. There was only the evil source in his eyes. Chapter 2145. Seeing that Yi Chun was unharmed by its claws, the demon beast's eyes widened in anger. Flames spewed from its nostrils, and it pounced on the floor, causing it to shake. Roar! The demon beast roared. Suddenly, waves of evil energy surged on the walls of the 5th floor. Then, murals appeared all over the walls. These murals were engraved with evil energy. It was like a map of hell. It was terrifying. Yi Chun stopped and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the structure of the murals on the surrounding walls was revealed. These structures were all analyzed by the demon eye and transmitted into Yi Chun's mind. As the demon beast roared, the various things in the murals were revealed and turned into reality. Clang, clang, clang. Hellish chains rushed toward Yi Chun. The hellhounds went berserk and tore at him at the same time. Above Yi Chun's head, the mural of the demonic furnace was summoned by the demon beast. It turned into a demonic furnace of evil energy and pressed down on Yi Chun. Yi Chun raised his right hand, and his palm energy turned into a huge hand of divine power that held the demonic furnace. Clang, clang, clang. The demonic furnace continued to press down, trying to crush Yi Chun. However, it was impossible. The darkness pool turned into countless black and gold glass bodies that extended toward the demonic furnace. Soon, the entire furnace was surrounded by black and gold glass. Waves of evil energy were slowly disintegrated and devoured by the darkness pool. Seeing this scene, the demon beast was shocked. Roar! Relying on the demonic furnace to suppress Yi Chun, the demon beast jumped up and rushed toward him. Just as it leaped high in the air, a cold light shot out from between Yi Chun's eyebrows. The dark ray of destruction instantly pierced through the demon beast's head. Chi! With a piercing sound, the demon beast fell to the ground, dead. At this moment, behind Yi Chun, the sky serpent opened its mouth. The demonic furnace and all the evil energy in the murals were all devoured and absorbed. Dong, dong, dong. After devouring the power of the 5th floor, Yi Chun strode forward toward the 6th floor. On the 6th floor of the demonic tower, an evil person stood alone. It was the superfusion evil general formed by the deadly death evil general. Ha ha ha. The superfusion evil general smirked when it saw Yi Chun approaching. It instantly unleashed its foundation, which was already at the peak of mystique true immortal power. However, Yi Chun had broken through the 9 bolts of divine thunder and became a peak itinerant immortal. He already possessed the combat strength of a mystic immortal. The evil general before him was nothing but a fleeting cloud. Yi Chun ignored the evil general in front of him and continued forward. Damn it! The evil general was furious. No matter what, he was a superfusion evil general, someone who possessed the power of many evil generals. Yet he was being ignored. The rage in his heart could not be contained and instantly erupted toward Yi Chun. Z. At this moment, a black gold water wall instantly appeared beside Yi Chun. It was the power of the origin of darkness. Boom, boom, boom. When the evil general's divine ability landed on the water feature wall, it was like an egg striking a rock. It was completely ineffective. Impossible. The evil general was furious, biting over crazily. He had already lost his composure. After all, the feeling of having his supreme divine ability ignored by the other party was just too shameful. Courting death. Initially, Yi Chun had no intention of fighting with him. However, since the other party was stubborn, he would kill him. Black gold glaze, netherworld extermination. Yi Chun raised his sword finger slightly. Instantly, death energy spread out as if the gates of hell had opened. Yama's judgment. Z. As the finger force turned into a sharp blade, it instantly pierced through the evil general's body. The power of darkness corroded the evil general's body. In the blink of an eye, The superfusion evil general turned into a statue and instantly crumbled, lifeless. After breaking through the 6th level, Yi Chen continued forward, getting closer to the origin of darkness. In the outside world, Emperor Yu was currently fighting the evil Emperor vis-a gate. The Beast King was in the middle of the army. Everyone was on alert and ready to attack. Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen had entered the Demon Tower. The Heavenly Evil King and the Ghost Dragon King had no time to care about anything else. In this way, as long as Emperor Yu defeated the evil Emperor, the underworld god would definitely win. The only variable was inside the 9-story Demon Tower. I wonder how the god of the underworld is doing now. The Beast King looked at the 9-story Demon Tower. He could already see the direction of the battle. Emperor Yu was suppressing the evil Emperor. The battle outside was moving toward a clear direction. His only worry was Yi Chen. Princess Man Air looked at the Demon Tower. She wanted to personally help Yi Chen, but was stopped by the Beast King. In a battle of that level, her presence would only distract Yi Chen. In the core of the 9-story Demon Tower, inside a demonic furnace, a thick mass of evil energy constantly stirred up the wind and clouds, causing countless evil energy to riot. It was the main body of the origin of darkness. It was constantly absorbing all kinds of energy released in the battle to recover itself. Previously, the consciousness of the origin of darkness was just an avatar of the origin of darkness. Its status was extremely low, so it wanted to continuously make achievements, increase its confidence, and control the situation. However, after the Heavenly Evil King and the Ghost Dragon King descended, it panicked and was killed by Yi Chen. At this moment, the main consciousness of the origin of Darkness Number 1 was condensed in the demonic furnace, the evil overlord. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the evil energy in the demonic furnace boiled, on the verge of losing control. It seems that the failure of the origin of Darkness Number 1 affected the growth of the origin of darkness. Now, it must be transferred with energy, the Ghost Dragon King said. The Heavenly Evil King nodded slightly, then shot out his sharp claws and pushed into the demonic furnace. Huff, huff, huff. Vigorous evil energy was infused, all gathering at the core of the demonic furnace. This was the core of the origin of Darkness Number 1. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. With the continuous infusion of evil energy, the evil overlord's consciousness gradually formed and floated in the air. Finally, it condensed into a solid form. Welcome, evil overlord. Facing the origin of darkness consciousness, the Heavenly Evil King and the Ghost Dragon King had no qualms. But facing the strongest source of infection from the origin of darkness, the evil overlord, they did not have the confidence. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. In an instant, the demonic furnace constantly released evil energy lightning, and the entire demonic furnace suddenly exploded. Waves of evil energy lava roared and collided in the air, as if welcoming the evil overlord's arrival. I'm here to wash the Dark God Temple with blood. Yes. The two kings followed the evil overlord's orders and attacked. The Heavenly Evil King raised his sword finger high and lightly pointed at the outside world. Suddenly, an evil energy sword ray shot out, locking onto the Feather Emperor at lightning speed. The Feather Emperor, who was in battle, did not expect such a sneak attack and was instantly hit. The sword ray entered the Feather Emperor's abdomen. Blood flowed, evil energy surged, and she was heavily injured. Feather Emperor, the Beast King, was shocked. The Feather Emperor was the strongest combat force in the underworld God Coalition army other than Yi Chen. If she was fatally injured, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Coalition army and Yi Chen's operation. End of this chapter. Chapter 2146. The Heavenly Evil King's might increased again. He pointed his sword at the Feather Emperor, intending to kill him. The Beast King flew out and blocked in front of the Feather Emperor. Beast King technique, Lion King struggle. Roar. The Lion King roared, and a flaming lion phantom appeared behind the Beast King. As it roared, waves of flame energy shot into the sky, resisting the heavenly evil king's sword energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavenly evil king's sword energy shot out and spun several times in the sky, increasing its might. It clashed with the roaring flame energy. Instantly, sparks flew in the sky and clouds surged. The sword energy pierced through the flame energy's encirclement and headed straight for the Feather Emperor. Ah! The Beast King turned pale with fright and channeled his Beast King energy. Lion King's order, rend. The Beast King's figure flashed and clawed back. The Beast King punched out, shaking the world. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energy destroyed everything. The Lion King's rend shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, there was only a powerful explosion of energy and countless arcane immortal laws. Ah! With a scream, the Lion King phantom shattered and the Beast King fell from the sky. Beast King, many Beast Region combatants moved to catch the Beast King. The Flying Feather Clan hurried to bring the Feather Emperor back. Such an explosion had greatly damaged the Alliance army. Inside the 9-story tower, Yi Chun had broken through the 7th floor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the 8th floor of the tower, balls of black liquid gathered and finally transformed into a powerful warrior form. It was the Evil Guardian. Die. After taking shape without saying anything else, the Evil Guardian's killing intent filled the entire space. The Evil Guardian would kill anyone who invaded the 9-story tower. Ha, come on. Yi Chun smirked. His eyes were filled with battle intent. The ancient divine power in his body quickly evolved and formed a pair of sharp claws. Kill. Yi Chen's figure flashed and wolf phantoms appeared. He absorbed the heavenly wolf's power and rushed into the battlefield. At this moment, on the battlefield, the Evil Guardian split into clones at the same time. Countless guardian forms charged out and surrounded Yi Chen. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp claws waved, and the Beast King energy surged in all directions, shattering countless guardian forms. Roar! The phantom of the Beast Emperor appeared, and the hidden power of the Beast Emperor was like a surging river, unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. The ground in front of him instantly exploded. All the illusions were shattered. There's something there. The evil protector revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Only a struggling prey could bring it enough joy. Suddenly, evil energy surged in the air. Countless evil energies rushed out from the veins of the earth and poured into the protector's body. The Beast King's power that Yi Chun unleashed struck the guardian's body, but it was completely blocked by the evil energy barrier. Very good. Yi Chun scoffed again. Similarly, only such an opponent could elevate his ability. Beast King's power, rushing thunder hand. He pressed his palms together and twisted them. The power of thunder filled his hands. Yi Chun moved again. Lotuses appeared under his feet. He was so fast that he could not even blink. So. However, Yi Chun turned into a meteor and moved rapidly in space. He was like a stream of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Wherever his sharp claws went, everything was torn apart. Countless evil energies were cut by Yi Chun, causing the evil energy barrier to gradually thin. Yi Chun found an opportunity, and the killer move was right in front of him. Spirit-stealing finger of destruction. Full power! Yi Chun stretched out all 10 fingers, and 10 destructive rays shot out at the same time, blocking any escape route. What? The protector trembled. Suddenly, its body was attacked by 10 destructive rays and completely collapsed. Ah! A scream resounded through the 8th floor of the demon tower. Then, the protector's body turned into dust. Yi Chun looked around coldly. He knew very well that the protector had absorbed the evil energy. It would not be destroyed so easily. However, the might of a heavenly emperor was never afraid of any power. He strode forward with a majestic gait, unparalleled in the world. Dong, dong, dong. With every step Yi Qin took, the ground trembled and the space exploded. Waves of Beast King's power rushed out and evolved into various beasts. For a moment, the entire space seemed to be filled with thousands of beasts. The spectacular scene was earth-shattering. Dong, dong, dong. Countless beasts were insufferably arrogant, constantly charging and crashing as if they wanted to smash everything. Not only could these charging beasts attack everything in the space, but they were also protecting Yi Qin at the same time, so that no sneak attack could hurt Yi Qin directly, giving him enough time to react. Chi, chi, chi. At this moment, many dark vortexes appeared on the ground around him. Within the vortexes, blood-colored liquid began to condense and form, all turning into the form of the protector. These were not clones, but the real protector. It was the second combat form of the protector. Kill. At the same time, the protector raised his right hand and aimed at Yi Qin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, countless blood-colored rays attacked Yi Qin. However, as Yi Qin's body was constantly releasing Beast King's power, these rays could only touch the beast formed by the Beast King's power. Boom, boom, boom. The beast was constantly bombarded by the destructive rays and turned into dust. At this moment, Yi Qin roared and the 8 heavenly dragons' music vibrated at the same time. Roar. 8 dragon-shaped divine powers rushed into the surrounding space. In an instant, all the destructive rays shattered at the same time and attacked the blood-colored protector. Chi, chi, chi. However, just as the rays reached them, the blood-colored protectors dived into the blood pool under their feet and disappeared without a trace. Formation. In Yi Qin's eyes, he saw the evil energy formation hidden in the ground. I can't waste time. The 8 gates divine disc suddenly attacked. 8 divine rays shone on the ground. Instantly, the evil energy formation had nowhere to hide. 7 kill 8 trigrams formation. The 8 gates divine disc analyzed quickly and instantly obtained the diagram of the formation in front of him. The 8 protectors' figures constantly changed shape and position according to the 7 stars and 8 trigrams. This formation was very complicated. It was almost impossible to find the exact position in a short period of time. However, that was for ordinary powerhouses. For Yi Qin, the 8 gates divine disc was the nemesis of formations. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Qin released his divine power and strengthened the disc. The 8 sides of the disc glowed with infinite divine power. When he opened the demon's eye, the core of the formation instantly locked on. Heavenly Emperor's order. Earth sword reverse slash. Yi Qin flew up and used the peerless heavenly sword. When the sword struck, heaven and earth shook and the universe shattered. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the core of the 7 kill 8 trigrams formation was destroyed by Yi Qin. The 8 blood-colored protectors appeared one after another. Roar. The 8 protectors roared one after another. They were furious that Yi Qin had destroyed the core of the formation. Ha ha ha, all of you die. In his ecstasy, Yi Qin pointed his sword toward the sky. The fatal attack was right before him. Heavenly Emperor's order, mortal sword revolution. Spirit-snatching finger of destruction. Netherworld finger of destruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 2147. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword energy swept in all directions. The power of destruction shaking the 9 heavens. The entire 8-story tower was on the verge of collapse. The 8 blood guardians were heavily injured by the sword energy and shattered by the destructive rays. All they could see was smoke and nothingness. The 8 blood guardians turned into blood and dissipated. The Heavenly Emperor continued forward. Yi Qin has broken through the 8th floor. How good. Death awaits him. The 2 evil kings looked coldly at the door. With a loud rumble, Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen had arrived. The 9th floor of the tower, the final showdown. The Heavenly Evil King and the Ghost Dragon King had both arrived. Yi Chen, are you here to die? The Ghost Dragon King waved his black jade fan and asked coldly. Facing the two evil kings, Yi Chen's eyes were cold like a god descending to the mortal world. Where's the evil origin? He asked coldly, pointing at the Ghost Dragon King. Ha ha ha, the evil origin isn't something you can see. We're here to send you off. If you don't answer me, you've lost your value. Then die. As expected, the Heavenly Evil King and the Ghost Dragon King were arrogant and did not take him seriously at all. Only slaughter and destruction would be their final outcome. The energy in Heavenly Emperor Yi Chen's body exploded. At this moment, he wanted to cleanse the entire 9-story tower. At this moment, in the core of the tower, the evil overlord was absorbing endless evil energy, adjusting himself to his complete form. In the outside world, the Emperor Feather was resting, while the Beast King faced the evil Emperor Vishagate. Ha ha ha, Beast King, before me, you can only bow your head. Vishagate, don't be arrogant. Have you seen the Beast King's power before? The Beast King's cold eyes opened, and the Beast King's shadow appeared behind him. This was the mental cultivation method that Yi Chen had taught the Beast King before he left. This mental cultivation method could evolve a portion of the Beast King's power into the Beast King's power. Feeling the completely different power, the Vishagate's eyes turned cold. This power is similar to Yi Chen's. Is this the Beast King's power? That's right. Before the Beast King's power, you have no advantage at all. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. You dare to talk nonsense in my evil spirit land? I'll tear you apart today. Vicious Sect laughed maniacally. Countless divine weapons appeared behind him and floated in the air, attacking the Beast King. Beast King, be careful. The experts of the Beast region all cheered. Power of the Beast King. At this moment, the Beast King burst forth with a powerful Beast King's power, shattering all the divine weapons. The scene was incomparably shocking. Good. Countless experts of the Beast region were incomparably excited. The power of a Beast Emperor, the primal power of the Beast region, had finally reappeared in the world. Impossible! The divine weapon attack formation had actually been broken. At this moment, Vishagate began to pay attention to the opponent in front of them. The energy density of the Beast King power was far above that of the Beast King power. Such an opponent was worth killing. Evil Emperor form. 10,000 fangs killing formation. Vishagate spread his arms. Instantly, the space around him continued to spin. The evil energy in the earth veins continued to pour into his body. Then, skeletal claws emerged from the earth veins. Kacha, kacha, kacha! The earth split open and valleys spread out. The evil emperor's secret technique was mighty and powerful. These skeletal claws attacked the Beast King in a frenzy. Like a cage, they instantly locked onto the Beast King. So what? Facing the 10,000 fangs killing formation, the Beast King showed no fear. The Beast King power was like primordial chaos, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of Beast King power turned into palm prints and bombarded the 10,000 fangs killing formation. Countless skeletons shattered and turned into dust. This power made the experts of the Beast region even happier. Finally, the Beast region's name would be known throughout the ages. Kakik. But Vishagate revealed an evil smile. Then, the shattered skeletons reformed into even stronger skeletal claws and continued to attack. After several battles, who knew how many skeletons were destroyed by the Beast King power? However, they could still reform as if there was no end to them. The tide of the battle turned in an instant. The Beast King was in danger. At the same time, inside the 9-story Spirit Pagoda, the Heavenly Evil King and the Ghost Dragon King were facing Yi Chen. The situation was just as urgent. Heavenly Evil Sigh. 10 directions, heavenly explosion. The heavenly evil king's eyes turned cold. He did not hold back and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, evil energy surged out. Endless evil currents turned into the form of pythons and charged toward Yi Chen. Facing such evil energy, Yi Chen instantly realized that this person's strength was completely different from the evil king. His evil energy attribute was also different. Earth-shaking double heavy seal. Yi Chen bent his hands and made a mysterious gesture. The two seals formed universal quake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Two seals descended from the sky and suppressed the 10-direction heavenly explosion. As the endless evil energy exploded, the seals suppressed it. The entire space rapidly changed and twisted endlessly. It suddenly fell into the void and the energy dissipated. What? Such an ingenious solution shocked the heavenly evil king. As the leader of the evil kings, how could he be defeated? Kill! The heavenly evil king held the evil sword and charged toward Yi Chen. Clang, clang, clang. In a single exchange, the sword chi of both sides exchanged no less than 100 moves. On the side, the ghost dragon king carefully observed Yi Chen's movements, trying to find a flaw. However, Yi Chen's every move was extremely domineering, without the slightest hesitation. The ghost dragon king could not find any flaw at all. Moreover, Yi Chen possessed the underworld god and ancient god dual divine body, which was even more difficult to predict. Void quake. With one palm, the void shattered and all things shattered. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive divine power rushed in a straight line. Even though the heavenly evil king had a strong foundation, he felt a great danger and quickly retreated. Ha ha ha! Is this the strength of the number one evil king? What a joke! Yi Chen taunted. The heavenly evil king was furious. I want you dead! The heavenly evil sword swung with a murderous gleam. In an instant, only the evil gleam flickered between heaven and earth. At this moment, all things were destroyed. There was no life left. Facing such a strange sword technique, Yi Chen's glabella emitted a dark light, and a dark barrier automatically formed around him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of the origin of darkness spread rapidly in the entire space. Even the earth vein's evil energy could not stop it. In fact, the evil energy in the earth vein was covered by the black gold glaze and rendered useless. Without the support of the earth vein's evil energy, the heavenly evil king's power was greatly reduced. He also sensed this power weakening. Looking at the ground, it was already covered in darkness, and the glaze formed a mountain. Slash! The heavenly evil king slashed the heavens and earth, trying to break the black gold glaze before him. However, it was just an illusion. The sword chi slashed on the black gold glaze, but did not cause any effect. This was the power of a 2-star ancient god. Burning palm! Yi Chen drew the power of the heavenly flame and instantly burned 1,000 miles. The entire space fell into a sea of fire. The heavenly evil king had to fly up to deal with the heavenly fire. At this moment, the ghost dragon king fanned himself. Waves of strange, evil energy blew like a cool breeze. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold. Chapter 2148. Heavenly evil blood spirit, kill! The ghost dragon king locked onto Yi Chen and waved the white feather fan in his hand, releasing a secret spell. Within the demon tower, countless illusory blood spirits appeared in the air. Their blood-colored bodies and faceless faces were like demons. They obeyed the ghost dragon king's command and locked onto Yi Chen's figure. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The blood spirits shrieked sharply and connected with each other, intending to use their numbers and strange spells to interfere with Yi Chen's attack and defense. Facing the endless blood spirits, Yi Chen's eyes lit up and summoned 9 transformations of the true spirit, ancient demon ape. Yi Chen pointed his finger at the blood and tossed it into the air. The blood led the way and gathered his psyche energy. An enormous, ancient demon ape suddenly appeared. Roar! The demon ape roared, shaking the surroundings. It pounded the ground with its fists like two peaks descending on the earth. Its majestic power was indescribable. Waves of shock waves rushed toward the blood spirits in all directions. How could the body of the blood spirits withstand such tremendous power? They shattered one after another, but more blood spirits were produced. They were like endless ghosts, entangling with each other. Yi Qin, you don't have a chance. The heavenly evil king pointed his evil sword at Yi Qin with a domineering expression. Ha! You want to kill me with just this? You really disappoint me. Facing the heavenly evil king's threat, Yi Qin faced it coldly. The heavenly evil king sneered. Yi Qin's reaction was within his expectations. He also took out his sword and tossed a drop of blood into the sky. With blood as the guide, evil energy gathers. Universal destruction. 6 Tao abstinence. The heavenly evil king activated the strongest evil energy formation. 6 Tao abstinence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Instantly, the entire 9-story demon tower shook. Waves of evil energy gathered on the heavenly evil king's body. He had ascended to the 9th heaven and absorbed the evil energy to become the strongest evil king. How much longer can you be arrogant before the heavens? The heavenly evil king sneered and pointed his evil sword at the sky. Instantly, an incomparably huge pillar of evil energy shot out from his body and shot into the clouds. Rumble! Thunder boomed, and the boundless evil energy turned into 6 evil swords. The evil swords contained the evil origin energy. Die! The heavenly evil king controlled the 6-path evil swords to hover above Yi Qin's head. Suddenly, waves of evil energy locked onto Yi Qin's aura as the 6-path evil swords released the ultimate evil sword chi. So. Countless sword chi was released from the 6 evil swords, bombarding Yi Qin's surroundings. Heaven-covering hand, yin-yang wheel. Yi Qin stretched out his hand and activated his divine power to cover the sky. When the evil energy sword chi was unleashed, all things would perish. Even though the hand of heaven covering was peerlessly powerful, it was unable to resist the sword of absolute restraint in the end, and it shattered in midair. Ha ha ha. As the heavenly evil king laughed maniacally, the sword chi of extinction continued to bombard Yi Qin, wanting to destroy him completely. Z. At this moment, the yin-yang wheel spun behind Yi Qin. Waves of divine and demonic power were infused into it. When demonic energy erupted, countless demonic wheels shot out at the same time and went straight for the 6 Tao forbidden evil sword. Dream on! The heavenly evil king saw through Yi Qin's intention and locked eyes with the ghostly dragon king. Instantly, countless blood spirits rushed toward the demonic wheel. The demonic wheel's power multiplied and sliced through the bodies of the blood spirits. However, the number of blood spirits was endless. Relying on their bodies of fresh blood, they forcefully negated the killing power of the demonic wheel. Yi Qin's brows were piercingly cold as killing intent surged. He flew toward the ghostly dragon king. Only by breaking the ghostly dragon king's blood spirit formation could he attack the 6 Tao forbidden formation before him. He had already fallen into a double extreme killing formation. Moreover, as the evil source gradually opened, Yi Qin would face an even more dangerous environment. There was not much time left for Yi Qin. He could only break one of the chains before all of his opponent's plans came to fruition. Heavenly Emperor order. Earth sword reverse slash. The heavenly emperor's sword appeared in his hand again, and he performed a farewell song. The sword chi roared in all directions and instantly formed a wall of sword chi, blocking the million evil spirit army before him. At this moment, 6 sword chi locked onto Yi Qin at the same time. 6 Tao forbidden sword, heavenly evil king sword. Z. The 6 sword forms emitted a strange light at the same time and formed a huge, evil sword form in midair. The sword form locked onto Yi Chen. It was the heavenly evil king's sword with extreme, destructive power. Yi Chen, you're dead. The heavenly evil king opened an eye between his brows and guided the sword form to descend. It was like the judgment of hell, unstoppable. Kill! With a cold cry, the heavenly emperor sword and the heavenly evil sword descended at the same time. Rumble! Their powers collided rapidly in midair, spinning and destroying each other. The destructive storm shook the entire area. The entire 9-story demon tower could not withstand such a huge force. It began to show signs of collapse and countless cracks appeared. These cracks continued to spread. Even the evil energy could not repair them. This phenomenon caused the people fighting outside to look at the 9-story demon pagoda. What's going on? Look, the 9-story demon tower is about to collapse. Is this the power of the god of the underworld? The god of the underworld will win. We'll hold on. Everyone's battle intent soared when they saw this. The beast region, the flying feather race, and the other major sects worked together to temporarily resist the evil emperor's ultimate attack. Damn it! The evil emperor looked at the demon tower. He knew that things were not simple. The outcome was unpredictable. Therefore, he had to destroy the god of the underworld army as soon as possible. Evil Emperor's secret technique. 9 fingers of heavenly evil. The evil emperor soared into the sky and waved his claws. A demonic claw, condensed from the power of 9 fingers, appeared in the sky. It was as if the sky was collapsing, suppressing everyone. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. The demonic claw continued to descend, carrying with it a thunderstorm. The defensive formation everyone had set up was like a piece of paper in front of the demonic claw. Boom, boom, boom. Evil energy exploded. The defensive formation instantly collapsed. All they could see was the gigantic demonic claw. Ha ha ha, all of you die. The evil emperor was overjoyed. He swiped the demonic claw forward. Instantly, thousands of combatants were grabbed by the claw and destroyed in the air. Fresh blood fell like rain. It was a terrifying sight. Everyone was shaken. At this moment, death was right in front of them. The Beast King had no choice but to step forward. Beast King power. Based on his innate talent, he had already reached his limit when using the Beast King power. Forcibly activating it now would definitely cause a backlash to his foundation. However, in order to save everyone, the Beast King knew that he could not hesitate. He had to wait until Yi Chen destroyed the demon tower and returned to their side. Myriad beasts worship Emperor. Roar! The enormous phantom of a lion roared behind the Beast King. The last of the Beast King power caused heaven and earth to tremble. Strange phenomena appeared everywhere. The enormous lion pounced at the demonic claw. Clang, clang, clang. The power of both sides collided. Although the Beast King power was powerful, under the endless bombardment of evil energy, it gradually showed signs of weakness. Finally, the phantom of the lion shattered and the Beast King was heavily injured. Beast King! Everyone trembled and rushed to the Beast King's side. At this moment, the Beast King's meridians were shattered and blood was flowing. Chapter 2149. Beast King. Inside the Spirit Tower, Yi Chen sensed the Beast King's current situation through the Beast King's power. He knew that the battle in the outside world was very disadvantageous. He could not delay any longer. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, did you sense anything? The heavenly evil king suddenly spoke. Clearly, he was also aware of the situation in the outside world. The heavenly evil king sword and Yi Chen's heavenly emperor sword were still in a stalemate. The surrounding space was densely packed with blood spirits, which greatly suppressed Yi Chen. The ghost dragon king was adept at using spells, while the heavenly evil king was extremely strong. Yi Chen was facing both of them alone in the spirit tower. One could imagine how great the disadvantage was. Moreover, both of them were super powerful mystic immortals. Yi Chen's current cultivation base was only a peak itinerant immortal. The difference was also huge. Kill! Yi Chen swung the earth sword in a reverse slash. A sharp gleam flashed and instantly repelled the blood spirits around him. It's useless. You can't eliminate the blood spirit. Ha ha ha. The feather fan in Ghost Dragon King's hand began to transform, turning into a white bone fan. Evil energy surged, and this was the true form of the feather fan. Bone burial! With a furious roar, the Ghost Dragon King waved his white bone fan. It was as if heaven and earth had just been born, and chaos was boundless. Countless blood spirits began to gather, turning into a gigantic blood spirit sword. At the same time, it pressed down on Yi Chen. This was a sure kill, secret technique. Call of the Nether God. In the face of such a killing technique, Yi Chen's left eye flashed with the underworld god's light. At that moment, the Dark Lord and the underworld appeared again. The eye of the demon opened. The Nether King's wrath shook the heavens. Underworld deity sacrifice. The Dark Lord Nether King waved his claws, and a dark energy whirlpool flew up and locked onto the blood spirit sword in front of him. Hoo! The dark energy vortex held onto the blood spirit sword and activated the supreme Nether God energy. Not only was the blood spirit sword unable to harm Yi Chen's body, but it even began to disintegrate. This is Ghost Dragon King's brows furrowed tightly, while his heart trembled. The Nether God energy whirlpool destroyed the blood spirit sword. Nether God backlash. The Nether King also unleashed a secret art. The blood spirit sword that had dissipated earlier actually transformed into the sword of the Nether God and attacked the Ghost Dragon King. How could Ghost Dragon King have thought of such a situation? This scene shocked him to the core. The underworld deity sword shot toward the Ghost Dragon King, who tossed out his white bone fan. The two of them clashed, causing space to explode. Clang, clang, clang. The white bone fan released countless white bone feathers that wrapped around the underworld deity sword, causing the circulation of the underworld deity power to slow down. The Ghost Dragon King, who had a chance to catch his breath, unleashed another sure-kill move. Dancing Ghost Dragon, blood contract. The Ghost Dragon King suddenly started to dance, its strange steps bringing with it an unfathomable evil energy. Soon, a talisman floated in the air, and a massive demonic beast was summoned from the darkness. This magical beast's entire body was covered in blood. It looked like a monster that had crawled out of hell. With every step it took, its blood would drip onto the ground. It was extremely terrifying. Kill. Under the order to kill, the magical beasts pounced on Yi Chen in a frenzy. At that moment, the Heavenly Evil King found an opportunity to suppress Yi Chen with the Heavenly Evil King's sword, not giving him a chance to move. Roar! The giant beast rushed over and was about to hit Yi Chen's body. Ridiculous, but with a laugh, the Dark Lord's Hell King's arm quickly extended. This was the Darkness Pool's infinite growth characteristic. Clang! The Nether King's sharp claws instantly locked onto the summoned demonic beast. The demonic beast went berserk, wanting to break free from the Nether King's control. Nether prison destruction. The Nether King's eyes released the Nether God power, and a destructive ray shot straight at the demonic beast's head. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the demonic beast's head exploded and blood gushed out. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, don't think that's enough. Suddenly, the Ghost Dragon King released the talisman's power, and the demonic beast's head quickly grew back. What? The Nether King's brows furrowed, and the demon eye shot out another destructive ray. At the same time, the Nether King flew up, and a pair of demonic wings grew on his back. The wings opened, and the Nether God's wind swept out, turning into countless sharp blades that cut at the blood-sucking demonic beast in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cutting power and strangling power caused the demonic beast's body to bleed, and it could not move. At the same time, the nether god's corrosion law entered the blood-sucking demonic beast's body, and the talisman's recovery power was completely restricted. The ghost dragon king immediately felt this corrosive power. It was like the most terrifying law in hell, and it caused the demonic beast to collapse. Kill. The Dark Lord Nether King attacked angrily, and his target was the Ghost Dragon King. The situation changed again, and the Ghost Dragon King was in danger. The Heavenly Evil King frowned slightly. He knew that he could not kill Yi Chen with his own strength, so he put away the Heavenly Evil King's sword. Return. The Heavenly Evil King's sword retreated, and the Sixth Tao Abstinence activated its power again, continuously releasing sword energy to attack Yi Chen. Slash. Yi Chen slashed, and at the same time he locked onto the Ghost Dragon King. Burn the heavens and melt the earth. Heavenly thunder annihilation. The 9 rays of thunder god's light, heavenly fire, and divine thunder descended at the same time. Such power could destroy the heavens and earth. No, the Ghost Dragon King could not withstand such power. In an instant, heavenly fire burned its body, and divine thunder destroyed it. Its mind and body were severely injured at the same time. Ah! The Ghost Dragon King screamed in pain, and its eyes were blinded, and all the bones in its body were shattered. Ghost Dragon King, the Heavenly Evil King, was shocked. He did not expect that Yi Chen's attack could injure the Ghost Dragon King so badly. Ah! The supreme evil energy wrapped around the Ghost Dragon King's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss! At this moment, a pool of blood appeared in the spirit tower. Following that, waves of evil energy were sucking the Ghost Dragon King into the pool of blood. The pool of blood. It seems like the evil source is here. Yi Chen's eyes locked on the pool of blood. The strange evil energy was similar to the evil source from before, and the evil energy before him was stronger than before. It was very likely that the evil source had evolved. Ha ha ha! A maniacal laughter came from the pool of blood. Following that, a shadow appeared. It was the evil origin ruler, the evil undying lord. Evil undying lord. Seeing the evil undying lord appear, the heavenly evil king bowed. I didn't expect that a mere Yi Chen would make me take action. This subordinate has failed in his duty. He, no need to say more. Now, I will personally deal with the person before me, and make him part of the evil source. The evil undying lord sneered strangely. Waves of cold energy assaulted Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt like he could not move his body, and the space before him had entered another state. Facing the evil undying lord, Yi Chen felt that this person's cultivation base was too profound, even unfathomable. He knew that he could not waste too much time here. The only way was to break out and save the people of the underworld god realm. Fireball technique, frost technique. The Dark Lord of the underworld returned to Yi Chen's body and chanted an incantation. The double sky of ice and fire was unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The double state of extreme heat and extreme cold continued to affect the space before him, greatly suppressing the evil undying lord's blood pool domain. Taking advantage of this gap, Yi Chen used another palm. Heavenly Thunder annihilating palm. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. 9 bolts of lightning struck. Even the evil undying lord was shocked. Chapter 2150. The combination of ice and fire, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yi Chen forcefully broke out of the encirclement, transforming into a dragon and rushing out of the 9-story tower. Evil Emperor wreaked havoc in the world outside, and the allied forces were in danger. Vaisha Gate! However, they heard an angry roar from the horizon. The Pisha Gate turned pale with fright. They looked up into the sky and saw Yi Chen charging over, like a god, descending to the mortal world. Ah! Vicious Sek's eyebrows tightened. Evil energy surged all over his body. The gates of hell appeared behind him. Instantly, countless evil pagodas appeared and suppressed Yi Chen. Yi Chen's fists carried 9 bolts of lightning. In an instant, the shadows of the 9 fists filled the sky and rushed towards the evil pagodas. In an instant, boundless power and violent energy exploded in the sky, shocking the world. Boom, boom, boom. The evil pagodas in the sky were all destroyed by the thunder fist. Yi Chen descended with great force. Evil Emperor Pishagate, how dare you mess up my army? You deserve to die. Ha ha ha. A mere loose immortal dares to disrespect this emperor. The Vicious Sect sensed the birth of the evil lord within the demon pagoda. Instantly, their confidence increased, and they showed no signs of fear. Yi Chen did not say much in the face of the Pishagate. He could only kill. So. A sword gleam flickered between Yi Chen's brows. Suddenly, one sword turned into 10,000 swords, and 10,000 swords turned into 10,000 shadows. Countless swordsmen appeared in front of the Pishagate, dazzling him. His mind was greatly shaken. What is this? The power of the evil emperor of the Pisha sect erupted and went straight for Yi Chen. He wanted to capture the leader of the group. Ha ha ha! In between Yi Chen's maniacal laughter, the rushing thunder hand galloped out. 9 Thunder God, rushing thunder hand. The rushing thunder hand of heaven's retribution evolved from 9 bolts of lightning rushed forward in a frenzy. The surrounding fell energy army retreated and did not dare to face the former. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Yi Chen sprinted and lightning flashed. He stepped on the lightning path and returned to the allied army. Nether God. The people bowed when they saw Yi Chen. Everyone was very excited to see their god come out of the demon pagoda safely. Yi Chen, it's useless even if you come out. When the evil overlord descends, all of you will die here. Evil Emperor laughed loudly as he looked at the allied army, and a sinister expression appeared on his face. Boom! Right at this moment, the earth trembled and the sky shattered. Waves of evil energy filled the universe as the evil origin energy exploded. The entire space was filled with evil origin energy. It was like a bloody mist that couldn't be removed. Very soon, the experts of the allied forces all revealed expressions of discomfort. The surrounding evil origin energy had already begun to affect their bodies, and those with weaker foundations were even paralyzed, unable to move. This situation was very disadvantageous to the allied forces. The underworld god did not appear, and the evil venerable ones had arrived. Yi Chen decisively gave the order to retreat. Retreat to the battleship. Yes, everyone retreated one after another, while Yi Chen held the fort by himself. Ha ha ha! The evil venerable lord's maniacal laughter shook heaven and earth as he faced Yi Chen. Yi Chen, do you know who I am? Humph. You're just a puny source of evil energy that I killed. Now that your substitute has appeared, do you think I don't recognize you? You, the evil venerable lord, was enraged. Previously, Xie Yuan had indeed died by Yi Chen's hands. Now that someone had something on him, the evil venerable lord could not defend himself. Damn it! How dare you look down on the evil lord? The evil emperor flew toward Yi Chen. Clang! Yi Chen pointed the tip of his sword. Instantly, sword chi filled the sky, instantly restraining the evil emperor. A puny evil emperor is like an ant. What did you say? As a peak mystic immortal, he was actually mocked by an itinerant immortal. The evil emperor's heart crumbled, and he could not restrain his anger. Evil emperor's secret technique, evil energy explosion. In his rage, the evil emperor used all his ultimate moves. Between heaven and earth, there were only layers of evil shadows, and the evil energy skyrocketed. Thank you very much. What? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, The evil emperor had no idea what was going on. He suddenly saw that Yi Chen was forcefully absorbing his dark energy. The density of this dark energy was extremely high. Even among the dark spirit clan, only those who had reached the mystic immortal stage could absorb it, much less the human clan. However, Yi Chen had no qualms about it. Roar! After recovering, the sky serpent appeared again. Its giant mouth was like a bottomless abyss, instantly absorbing more than half of the exploding evil energy. This time, the evil venerable lord was completely dumbfounded. He watched helplessly as the sky serpent madly devoured his energy. The heavenly evil monarch frowned as well. Yi Chen's various actions were incomprehensible. The existence of such a person was the greatest blow to the evil spirit empire. Kill this person, the evil venerable lord ordered, and the heavenly evil monarch attacked. 6 Tao abstinence. The heavenly evil monarch released the 6 Tao abstinence again. Instantly, 6 swords in the sky aimed at Yi Chen at the same time. Yi Chen glanced behind him. The Alliance Army's warship had not set off yet. Everyone was still in the process of boarding, so they must not leave. Nether God's 3 treasures. With a wave of his hand, the 3 treasures appeared. The Nether God's power filled the 9 heavens, and the Nether God's shadow intimidated the 4 seas. The majestic Nether God's shadow stretched out the Nether God's hand, and the sky instantly fell into the Nether God's space. Ah! Yi Chen roared and opened his mouth. Immediately, a wave of Nether God's power condensed into a Nether God's light pillar, and he madly breathed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The space in front exploded, and the evil energy turned into nothingness. The evil venerable lord's body instantly exploded. The violent and terrifying power was like a demon from hell, making people tremble in fear. This is too powerful. Is this person really the Nether God? The Nether God's breath is like the most terrifying destructive ray in the world. What should we do? The evil energy army was like ants on a hot pan, scattering in all directions. All of you come back. The evil emperor was furious. He struck out with his sharp claws, instantly killing hundreds of people who escaped. The people behind did not dare to move, but they also did not dare to attack Yi Chen. Ha ha ha! At this moment, laughter came from the 9 heavens. Yi Chen stood on a golden lotus, his body emitting the dark Nether God's light. He was mighty and insufferably arrogant, even facing the evil venerable lord, the heavenly evil monarch, and the evil emperor Pizzagate. Yi Chen was like taking a stroll in the park, not the slightest bit afraid. Evil spirits, remember this emperor's words. This emperor swears to kill you all. Boast! The evil emperor rose again, but he was instantly suppressed by the Nether God's power, unable to move. The heavenly evil monarch released the 6 Tao evil monarch swords and rushed toward Yi Chen. Nether God's hand. The Nether God's shadow stretched out his hand and suddenly clenched it. Suddenly, the Nether God's power exploded, instantly restraining the 6 Tao evil monarch swords. Impossible. Before this emperor, there is nothing impossible. Sensing that the allied army had boarded the warship, Yi Chen did not continue fighting. He used the Nether God's breath again, and all the evil swords were instantly shattered. Yi Chen took the opportunity to retreat and flew to the warship. Leave. Yes. The warship turned and quickly flew away. The heavenly evil monarch and the evil emperor were left in the sky, shocked. These 2 watched as their opponent swaggered away, unable to do anything. They had lost face in front of the evil, venerable lord. Chapter 2151. Everyone returned to Feather Emperor Mountain, and for a moment they were all extremely angry. Unexpectedly, even with so many factions from the Netherworld God Realm, they were still unable to take down the Underworld God Palace. This greatly damaged their morale. However, under the circumstances at the time, if they had forced the battle, everyone except Yi Chen might have died on the spot. This was not the result Yi Chen wanted to see. Z. Sitting on the high seat, Yi Chen's brain was disturbed all of a sudden. This. Yi Chen frowned as he was shocked. The electric wave disturbance was caused by an invisible entanglement between him and Yi Wushuang. It was clear that Yi Wushuang was fighting in the underworld. The primordial immortal empire and the devil martial empire have finally made their move. This was the only explanation that Yi Chen could think of. Such a severe electric wave disturbance had to be the reason. Now, Yi Chen was facing double pressure. On one hand, he had to take down the underworld god's temple as soon as possible and find the whereabouts of the underworld god. On the other hand, he had to worry about the situation of the underworld patriarch, Wu Shuang, and the others. It was too difficult. Lord Nether God, what happened? The Beast King stepped forward and asked. He could already see that Yi Chen's expression was not right. At this point, I won't hide it from you. Yi Chen told everyone about the situation in the underworld that he had sensed. The atmosphere instantly became even more oppressive. The Demon Martial Empire and the Primordial Immortal Empire were both major cultivation realms that could stand on equal footing with the divine underworld realm. If they started to make a move, the situation would become extremely complicated. Everyone, the evil lord has appeared, and numbers are useless. I'm going to search for the god of the underworld alone. You all stay here and heal your wounds. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Yi Chen was too confident. After all, the other party was an organization that had the evil overlord, the heavenly evil king, and the evil emperor Pizzagate. Could he really succeed by himself? Yi Chen saw their expressions and understood the fear in their hearts. However, his eyes were determined, and he had no intention of retreating. I don't have time now. This is the path I must take. I obey the Nether God's command. The Beast King supported Yi Chen first. Since Lord Nether God is so ambitious, we have no reason not to support him. This time, it was the Feather Empress who spoke. Her influence was even greater. She stretched out her hand, and with a flash of strange light, 3 colored stones appeared in her hand. He continued, These 3 colored stones are the purest colored cornerstones in Feather Emperor Mountain. They contain the purest netherworld energy. They might be useful at a critical moment. Thank you, Emperor Yu. Yi Chen put the 3 colored stones away and nodded lightly. Ha ha ha. In that case, what are we waiting for? The Beast King laughed heartily as he walked forward and presented the beast race's most precious treasure, the Lion King's war soul. The leaders of the other major factions presented their treasures, one after another. They were all rare natural treasures. Yi Chen put away all the treasures. He had to succeed in this mission. Everyone, thank you for your support. Your emperor shall take his leave. A lotus bloomed under Yi Chen's feet, and he ascended to the 9 heavens. Yi Chen returned to the Nether God Temple unexpectedly, within the demon tower of the Nether God Hall. Evil Sovereign Lord, we are at a disadvantage in battle. Please punish us. On the other hand, the Heavenly Evil King, Evil Emperor, Ghost Dragon King, and the other experts kneeled on the ground as they awaited the evil sovereign's punishment. This extermination plan was supposed to be foolproof. However, they did not expect Yi Chen to summon such a powerful shadow of the Nether God and lead the allied army away safely. The evil lord looked at the 3 of them coldly. To think that he did not punish them right away. He rushed toward the Ghost Dragon King with a palm. The other 2 were shocked, thinking that the Ghost Dragon King would die for sure. However, this palm contained a powerful healing evil energy. The Ghost Dragon King's injuries from Yi Chen were rapidly healed. Then, as if it had not been injured at all, it completely recovered. Thank you, Evil Sovereign Lord, for your gift. The Ghost Dragon King knelt on the ground and thanked the Evil Sovereign Lord for his gift. The other 2 were slightly relieved. However, this failure was real. The 3 powerhouses had not been able to stop Yi Chen. This kind of humiliation was unacceptable to the evil spirits. What's the point of repenting here? The evil sovereign said. Everyone felt ashamed. The ancient evil source sent an order for us to speed up the search for the nether god. If we can't find this old man, we'll die without a burial. Yes. Everyone was shaken. Once the ancient evil source lost its patience, they, including the evil sovereign lord, would become cannon fodder and food for the ancient evil source. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At this time, a light screen appeared out of thin air. Everyone looked over and saw the ancient evil source in a different space. Seeing this scene, the evil sovereign lord and the other three knelt on the ground and waited for orders. Ancient evil source, there's a new order. You foiled my grand plan. The ancient evil source was enraged and shouted at everyone. No one dared to respond and could only bow their heads in silence. However, I don't want to pursue this matter this time. I'll give you one last task. If you can't complete it, you know the consequences. Please tell us, ancient evil source. We'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Don't spout such pompous nonsense. I don't have time for it. We only have 3 days to find the nether god. 3 days? The 4 of them trembled. They had been in the dark god temple for hundreds of years and had not found the nether god. This time they had 3 days. How could they not be shocked? Seeing the 4's expressions, the ancient evil source smiled coldly and said, Don't be so desperate. I'll give you 3 days. I'm sure you have something to rely on. Lord, evil sovereign lord, please tell us. At this time, a beam of light shot out from the light screen and shone into the air. In the air, the light continued to converge into a magic tool. Look carefully. This evil energy halo can help you lock on to the nether god's aura. It was specially made for the nether god. Moreover, the nether god must have been infected by the evil source and is now weak. This is your last chance. Yes. The 4 of them were instantly excited. With the ultimate magic tool of the ancient evil source, they were naturally confident. The evil sovereign kept the magic tool in front of him and the light screen disappeared. Since the task has been given, this is our battle of glory, understand? The evil sovereign shouted at the 3 of them. Don't worry, evil sovereign lord. We'll definitely succeed. Ha ha ha, very good. Let's go. Yes. The evil sovereign led the group toward the depths of the nether god mountain. At the same time, outside the dark god temple, Yichin arrived on the golden lotus. He immediately sensed an unusual aura in the dark god temple. Moreover, for powerful forces were advancing toward the depths of the mountain. Evil sovereign lord, the heavenly evil king, the evil emperor, and the spirit dragon king. Relying on the close connection with the nether god power in the surrounding space, Yichin immediately knew the identity of the 4 people. They were the 4 strongest people in the dark god temple's evil energy headquarters. They were advancing toward the depths of the nether god mountain. Yichin smiled and followed. Chapter 2152. Entering the depths of the underworld god mountain, the evil lord released his evil power. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot up into the sky and shot out in all directions. Above the underworld god mountain, the strange light shrouded the entire peak like a claw grabbing the entire mountain. The light spread out rapidly, covering the entire area in all directions without limit. Ha ha ha! The power of the evil origin has spread throughout the entire underworld god mountain. No one can escape its control. As a part of the ancient evil origin, the evil lord naturally understood this principle. The heavenly evil king and the others nodded slightly. They just needed to wait for the feedback from the magic tool. Yichin activated the invisibility spell and hid his presence. He hid on top of an ancient tree and waited for the right time to see if the magic tool could find the underworld god's location. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the magic tool emitted strange light again. These strange lights turned into small evil origins and kept seeping into the underworld god mountain. The situation was not optimistic. It can release small evil origins. This magic tool contains part of the ancient evil origins power. Yi Qin glanced at the magic tool and sensed the evil energy within it. It was an endless evil energy. Not only could it destroy, but it could also create new evil energy at the same time. It was like splitting and multiplying, which was very dangerous. After the evil origin was released, it released its own power into the earth. This way, the entire underworld god mountain was covered in a layer of evil origin surveillance network. Nothing could escape the evil origin's eyes. Ha ha ha. The evil lord laughed and flew up. He released his own power and merged with the evil origin. He was now the brain that controlled the entire evil origin network. All kinds of information quickly gathered in the evil lord's mind. After analyzing the information one by one, he could determine the underworld god's location. Moreover, as the evil origin's power grew stronger, the underworld god who was in closed-door cultivation would be infected even more. This kind of pressure would force the underworld god to leave its hiding place. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The magic tool began to guide all kinds of small evil origins to release evil energy, rays that swept across thousands of miles. Boom, boom, boom. Above the underworld god mountain, all kinds of evil energy exploded, causing countless mountains to collapse. The situation inside the underworld god mountain could be seen at a glance. Underworld god, I'll make you die without a burial place. The evil lord's eyes shone with an evil light as he activated the power of the evil source magical weapon. The entire underworld god mountain seemed to have entered a state of purgatory. Yi Chen's brows furrowed as he released his nether divine power to sense where the god of the underworld was. If the god of the underworld was really infected by evil energy, even if he was a supreme Dharma body, he would not be able to withstand it. He definitely could not let the god of the underworld fall into the hands of the evil lord. Otherwise, the underworld god realm and the underworld would be in danger. As the nether divine power broke through the blockade of the evil energy network, it began to collide in all directions. The evil overlord already knew where Yi Qin was. Ha ha ha, Yi Qin, I didn't expect to see you here. Yi Chen's actions were out of the evil overlord's expectations. However, his appearance was not a bad thing for the evil overlord. This was an opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. With the 3 treasures of the underworld god, Yi Qin was the successor of the underworld god. Once the underworld god died, Yi Qin would be the only underworld god. Controlling the entire underworld realm would be a piece of cake. This was not an outcome that the evil spirit tribe wanted to see. They wanted to eliminate any potential threat from the underworld god and then unify the underworld god. Yi Qin did not respond. Instead, he focused all his energy on finding the underworld god's location. He had to finish this task before these ** stars sensed the underworld god's location. This was the best way to protect the underworld god. Destroy them all. The evil lord released the evil energy once again and carried out a new round of evil energy rays. Whether it was Yi Qin or the underworld god, they would all die here. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The energy density of the evil energy rays increased rapidly, and the destructive power became stronger. The heavenly evil king and the others revealed evil smiles. Under this level of destruction, no one would have a chance to hide. Rumble. Finally, many huge mountains could not withstand the destructive power and collapsed. There were even many places where lava cracks appeared. The scene was very explosive. At this moment, a strong reaction of the nether divine power finally appeared on a peak in the north. Instantly, it attracted the attention of Yi Qin and the 4 evil energy masters. Ha ha ha. The evil unlord laughed out loud again and again, giving the 3 experts a look. The 3 of them naturally understood and took action. Don't even think about it. At this moment, Yi Qin appeared. 33 days divine fist, heaven flipping, earth flipping, sky shaking hammer. Yi Qin used 3 fist rays at once. Instantly the sun and moon sank, the world darkened, sand and stones flew, and he returned to the chaotic stage. Boom, boom, boom. 3 powerful fist rays pressed down, blocking the path of the heavenly evil king, the evil emperor, and the ghost dragon king. It's all useless struggle. Since he had locked on to the underworld god's location, the evil lord was confident that he could destroy everything. Ancient evil energy, ultimate destruction. The evil lord flew up to the 9 heavens and released the evil ultimate power. Instantly, the purest evil energy in the evil source magic tool was infused into the evil lord's body. Following that, the evil lord pointed his sword to the sky and evolved a sharp evil sword, aiming at the peak where the underworld god was. Slash! With a loud bang, the grand sword rushed toward the nether divine power. The greatest danger was right in front of them. Damn it! The heavenly emperor was enraged, and ghosts and gods were shocked. Yi Qin stretched out his right hand and used another amazing divine power. Star-picking palm. The grand palm print was like a bridge between heaven and earth. It instantly locked on to the evil sword of destruction and grabbed it with one hand. Clang! The evil energy and the nether divine power clashed, neither side giving way. The sword was destroyed, and the star-picking palm dissipated at the same time. How is this possible? The evil lord was shocked. Yi Chen's strength seemed to be 100 times stronger than before. This made him understand that Yi Qin had hidden his strongest strength before. Now, to save the underworld god, he released it. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. Die here with the underworld god. The evil lord gave the ultimate kill order. The heavenly evil king, the evil emperor Pizzagate, and the ghost dragon king attacked one after another. The 3 figures attacked at the same time, locking on to Yi Chen's position. Azura, heaven-shaking, slash. Yi Chen attacked again, relying on the reaction force to rush to the peak. This situation, the evil lord could not stand it anymore. He wanted to take action himself. Evil source fusion. The evil lord fused with the evil source magic tool before him. His power multiplied, already surpassing the limit of mystic immortal. Kill. His figure was like a rainbow shooting up to the sky. In the process, the evil lord's energy index soared. Like a nuclear bomb about to explode, the danger level reached the peak. Demon Eye awakens. In order to confirm the underworld god's position as soon as possible, Yi Qin opened the demon eye. The 3 treasures of the underworld god were connected, locating the underworld god's location. Yi Qin, you can't save anyone. Ha ha ha! What this emperor does is not something you can say. Ignorant fool! Damn it! The evil lord flew into a rage, losing his mind. No matter who stood in front of him, they must die. Chapter 2153. ZZZ. At this moment, a majestic shadow of the nether god appeared on the peak. Ha ha ha, as expected. All of you, listen up. Yes, the heavenly evil king, evil emperor, and ghost dragon king lowered their heads and listened to the evil sovereign's orders. Destroy the nether god. Kill. In the dark spirit headquarters of the dark spirit temple, the 4 super elites aimed at the shadow of the nether god at the same time, unleashing their ultimate attack. Faced with such a crisis, Yi Qin fell into a dilemma. Ha ha ha, Yi Qin, if you want to save the nether god, block this attack. In his eyes, this was a question that Yi Qin could not avoid. No matter what choice Yi Qin made, he would be the final victor. Under such might, no one could escape and ascend to heaven. The evil overlord hoped that Yi Qin would return to stop them. This way, he would first get rid of Yi Qin and then destroy the underworld god. The underworld god would then completely fall into the hands of the evil spirits. This was the first step to conquering the 6 realms. Kill. Yes. The 3 of them obeyed the evil lord's command and unleashed their strongest skills and secret arts, aiming at the shadow of the nether deity, mixing with their evil energies. However, the evil overlord, saw a shocking scene. Yi Qin did not care about the three powerhouses' attacks at all. Impossible. Don't you want to save the god of the underworld? Hadai. Yi Qin charged directly at the evil lord. The latter was caught off guard and could only use his powerful earth vein evil energy to protect himself. Kill. The celestial arch sword, cleaving the cosmos and killing 19 prefectures with one sword. The majestic sword aura instantly slashed towards the evil lord. The earth meridians were unable to withstand it, and a deep sword wound appeared on the evil lord's body. You. Faced with the swift and decisive dark energy, the evil overlord was puzzled and shocked. Humph! How can your lowly eyes measure the actions of the nether god? Watch and see. The evil unlord looked at the spot where the shadow of the underworld deity had been. The combined mystic arts of the three experts struck the entire mountain peak, causing it to crumble. Lava exploded everywhere, leaving nothing behind. Impossible. Humph! You can sense the god of the underworld. But I have a spiritual connection with the god of the underworld. I already knew that the god of the underworld wasn't there. This was just a trap to trick you. Yi Qin swung his sword. The earth sword turned around and slashed, heavily injuring the evil, unbreakable lord again. Damn it! The evil lord was enraged, his entire body surging with evil energy. The boundless earth meridian evil energy exploded out, converging onto the evil lord's body, causing the sword scars on his body to disappear, and he was as good as new. You can't hurt me. Yi Qin, you'll die a horrible death. Ha ha ha, is that so? Suddenly, high up in the sky, countless nether god power gathered, forming a powerful pillar of light that shot into the sky. The boundless nether god power instantly attacked the three experts. How is this possible? The evil lord was shocked once again. He could not imagine what had happened. Humph! Not only did the three experts not harm the god of the underworld, but they even helped the god of the underworld break the seal. What? Hearing Yi Qin's words, the evil overlord's mind was in a mess. He did not have time to think about it. The apparition of the nether god was just a trap. The power of the three powerhouses might have been absorbed by the nether god to remove the damage caused by the evil energy infection. In that case, the nether god's power would be released, and the nether god would come out of seclusion. Before God there is only nothingness. But when the god of the underworld sighed, heaven and earth shook. The universe moved, the sun and moon lost their light, and the stars were destroyed. Rumble. The majestic hand of the nether god was like a 5-finger mountain descending from the universe, instantly enveloping the three experts. The heavenly evil king, the Pishagate, and the ghost dragon king were shocked at the same time. They had never felt such powerful power before. Was this the power of a god? Before the three of them could react, the hand of the nether god had already descended, and the three of them were trapped in it. This was a different space of destruction. The three of them felt their bodies distort rapidly, and they could not resist the power before them at all. Accompanied by screams, the three mystic immortal evil spirits died in the hand of the nether god. This attack was too shocking. Countless evil spirit warriors instantly collapsed, and even mystic immortal evil spirits died in an instant. What were they? As expected, when the nether god attacked, there was no mercy. All of you die. When the nether god was enraged, millions of corpses would fall. The nether god opened his eyes, and countless destructive rays shot out in all directions. Countless evil spirit warriors died under the rays, their bodies crushed. You, seeing the scene before him, the evil overlord knew that the situation was hopeless. Anger was useless, so he quickly dove into the earth vein. "Want to leave?" Yi Qin's eyes turned cold, and the heavenly sword was unsheathed. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The heavenly sword flew up into the sky, and then it was like a dragon descending from the 9 heavens. Heavenly Emperor order. Heavenly Sword Destruction. The Heavenly Emperor Order's most powerful sword, with boundless destructive power, instantly locked onto the evil overlord's position and blocked his path forward. The evil overlord was severely injured, and his body was directly sent into the 9 heavens by the Heavenly Sword Destruction. Evil overlord, did you expect this day to come? The Nether God asked. Despicable Yi Qin, Nether God, the damage you have done to me today, the ancient evil source will not forgive you. You still want to show off? Die. The Nether God used his divine ability again, and with a wave of his claws, several Nether God chains descended from the 9 heavens, turning into hellish hands that flew toward the evil overlord. Then they pulled the evil overlord's body into hell. Blood flowed like a river, and thousands of corpses were lying on the ground. The scene before him was shocking. Yi Qin looked at the Nether God coldly. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left. Ha ha ha, Yi Qin, I really didn't expect you to help me come out of seclusion. Nether God, you should know why I'm here. Of course. However, the tiny netherworld is nothing in the eyes of the gods. What did you say? Facing the supreme Nether God, not only was Yi Qin fearless, but he was also extraordinarily powerful. This time, whether it was to deal with the evil spirits or save the Nether God, it was all to help the underworld. If the Nether God turned a deaf ear to the underworld, there was no need for him to continue talking. Nether God, I want you to help the underworld. Yi Qin directly issued an ultimatum. Ha ha ha, Yi Qin, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. For tens of thousands of years, I've intimidated the 3 tribulations, and my name has resounded throughout the world. Are you really not afraid of death? Death? Nether God, don't you think you're overestimating your strength? I'm on the same level as you, and there's no need for me to submit to you. Now, let me ask you again, do you want to help the underworld? Sigh, since you've done me a favor. There's no harm in helping you once. All right, come with me to the underworld immediately. I'll let the Flying Feather Clan manage this place. Ha ha ha. The Nether God laughed loudly and left with Yi Qin. The evil spirit base was completely destroyed by the Nether God. In the evil spirit world, above the evil origin hall. Reporting to Lord Evil Origin, the evil overlord is dead. On the throne, a ball of dark energy rapidly evolved, boundless rage.